It's hey. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to it. It's a new month. It's a new competition between these two teams who have not played before up until today this season. And it's a new day where we bring you a beautiful broadcast of this cricket fixture. We are live at Super Sports Park here in Centurion, bringing you this broadcast courtesy of Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel and the Centurion team based here, the Titans. My name is Bendulo Makubane. Next to me is Robin Sill, Jenna Sill. Next to me is Jenna Sill, and we are bringing you this ball by ball action of this match between the Fidelity Titans and Western Province.
Yeah, it's a wonderful day out here in Centurion. Western Province won the toss and elected to bowl. And just to go through the teams starting 11 today for the Fidelity Titans, Robin So and Simone Lawrence opening the batting, Catherine Pryor in at 3, Gandhi Jafta, Amogelang Mapangula, Tebogo Macheke, Tiani van der Heevel, Kaylee Tapp, Risha Kutsia, Paulina Mashishi, and Mona Lisa Lechodi is back in the starting 11.
It's a beautiful team that we have seen here, losing some of our Proteas players who are going to play again for the green and gold. And with the Western Province, they have Kelsey Adams, Andre Steyn, Sinele Tuyaso, Yandi Swamangele, Babette Deliada, Gemma Botha, Kayla Reinecker, Faye Tunnicliffe, Caitlin Veinhard, Leah Jones, and the bowler Nozi Povezi, bringing us this match here at Super Sports Park. And remember, this is a double header. Today we are seeing the 50 over, and tomorrow we will be seeing the T20 match between these very two teams, where you can get your ticket at Ticket Pros or right here at the stadium for as little as 20 rands to see a beautiful cricket match.
Yeah, it's really exciting. Obviously, with tomorrow's fixture being the first time that senior provincial women's cricket is ever selling tickets for the game. With the professionalization of women's cricket, it's a very exciting event, and we here in commentary are really honored to be part of it. As we see Leah Jones from the West Lane end to Robin Searle, the captain of the Fidelity Titans, and it's left alone through to the keeper Delieda, who is an international player from the Netherlands.
She's been in fine form as well with the bats, Babette Deliada. But right now, they'll need her fine form with the gloves, making sure that she's stopping all of those runs. You can see there's no slip fielder in place as well, so if any ball has to go wayward, she needs to be on her toes, diving left, right, and center.
Yeah, there is a catcher in place at Gully, Andrew Steyn, very safe hands. As Jones is in and just touching a little bit on the wide line, swinging away from the right-handed bat, but goes through for a dot. Leah Jones really successful in the SA Emerging Tour against the Zimbabwe women's team. She got a hat trick, but ended the 5-game series. One was a no result, with 7 wickets to her name, with a hat trick in one of those games. She captained the team alongside Nondomiso Shangase. She's leading her provincial team here, the Western Province women. This time, Robin still just playing it out into the offside for no run. We'll be happy getting bat on ball there.
And on top of that, Leah Jones is hitting her areas correctly right from the start. It's what we know from her. She is incredibly stingy when it comes to her runs, totally persistent on that line and length. We saw her when she played earlier on up in the Highveld here against the Lions at the Auburn Oval. Her and Nadine de Klerk were completely dominant up front. So this is what we expect from her as well.
Defended out to the point region for no run once again. And the Titans, a little bit notorious for their slow start in the 50 over series so far this season. And yeah, they just need to find their feet, create a nice stable base, and then move from there. It has worked so far. They've had a really good November. They've won 5 out of 6 games last month. Jones to Searle, 5th ball of the over, and defended off the front foot. A little bit fuller, as Leah Jones pushing the ball through quite a lot.
And it's important here for the Titans to get their head game right in early. Like you said, slow starts, but the important thing for them is ensuring that they're not losing those wickets, Jenna. Starting off nice and strong, like we said, Protea players are not here, and Annika Bosch has been key for the Titans this season. Sune Liss has been key also in just getting the score moving because of those slow starts as well.
Yeah, having said that, this lineup was that in swing, a little bit of a variation there from Leah Jones. Robinson has struggled a little bit with the ball coming straighter on. She's had a couple of LBWs this season, but managing to get back before pad on that occasion. That's the end of the first over, no runs from it, and a really good start from the Western Province women's team.
Typical from Leah Jones. And the other problematic thing is that they have Kayla Reinecke who will be coming in with a spin. We know about Kayla Reinecke's complete dominance in terms of economy. She really gives runs away. Then you also have Nozi Povez, who's amongst the leading top wicket takers here. So it's important here for the Titans rather to really get their head into the game nice and early, respect the good bowling that will be coming, and just wait for those bad deliveries, considering the fact that also the field is rather defensive and not really attacking.
Yeah, Caitlin Weingaard into the attack from the Henops River end, and she does have a slip in play between second and third slip. Angie Steyn still in that catching position. Into Simone Lawrence, it's short and wide, and she plays it out into the offside, but stopped by Kelsey Adams at cover for no run.
Simone Lawrence, 16 years old, after her century in the Lions, really never got herself going back again. But she's back into the top order in the 50-over game. Hopefully she'll be a bit more comfortable. That's where she scored her century.
Yeah, unfortunately, she did have to drop down the order when the Protea players were in the mix. And, onto the front foot this time, plays it out to extra cover.
You know, when you come to an organization just like the Titans, where there's so much star power, so much leadership as well, and you, this 16-year-old with all of this talent in this world, there are certain hierarchy protocols that are followed, but also at the same time, it's a phenomenal learning experience, still being in the change room, still being in the side and playing out there.
Yeah, an excellent learning opportunity for her, I'm sure. Short and straight and pulled through the mid-wicket region. Mid-wicket had no chance there. And those are the first runs for the Titans. 4 for Simone Lawrence.
That is absolutely a stupendous shot there, Jenna. Placed right in between the mid-wicket and the mid-on fielder. They stood. Might have seemed like the ball was aerial, but the placement from Lawrence was absolutely pinpoint perfect.
Yeah, just too short and too straight from Weingaard, and she'll be looking to rectify that. She goes a foot and wide, and it is called wide by umpire Adele Lowe.
And as you can see here, Jenna, when she's coming down from the Henops River end, there's a lot of green in this side of the crease. So it's important for her, like you saw with that wide delivery, it's wider because of it pitched and it went away heavily. So it's important for her to use that length and to try and extract that movement and attack those stumps.
Yeah, she has changed her angle a little bit now, right arm around the wicket as she's coming into the right-hander Simone Lawrence. Still 3 balls left in the over, and this change feels like a little bit of overcompensation as she goes short and straight, and it's pulled away. This time a little bit more square to the right of mid-wicket, and that's 4 more for Simone Lawrence.
A big gift. Very questionable, considering the fact that there's not even a square leg in place. You still have your mid wicket, you still have your mid on, and your fine leg is not really square either. So you question the mentality and what she's trying to do here, Weingaard. Now, the power for strong stroke at the beginning of the over throws you off like this.
Yeah, first ball, last ball policy, making sure you're going attacking. This time better outside the off stump and played well by Lawrence.
Still, too much width. Coming there, you are asking your fielders in the covers to put in the work. You don't want to do that. You want to make sure that the player is trying to make those mistakes, but right now, Lawrence is timing it like a peach here. Too much width, too short. Just need to put it together here, Weingaard.
Youngster in last ball of the over. 2 straight again and played off the legs by Lawrence. That's 12-13 from the over. And that's brilliant stuff here from the opening youngster, Simone Lawrence. That's the end of the second, 13 from it. A shaky start from Caitlin Weingaard.
Just letting loose the chains that Leah Jones started phenomenally with. It's the importance of bowling partnerships here, Jenna, understanding that when pressure comes from both sides of the crease, that's when you start creating those opportunities. And it's unfortunate there. Lawrence got pies of deliveries which you can feast on, not really challenged in trying to create inventive shots. So something for Venga to just work with here. But as you said, she's still young.
Yeah, and it did seem like a little bit of overcorrection after the wide outside the off stump to come around the wicket and then just to feed that straighter line. Had she stayed over, might have been a different story as Jones into circle and played outside half of the bat, but Angie Steyn too good at gully, puts in a little bit of a dive and no run from it.
Still is your traditional opening batter. Really takes her time, gets her eye in, strong defense. But as you said, a little bit susceptible to that in swinger because of that front foot movement as well. And then on the other side, Lawrence, carefree, likes taking her shots.
Yeah, I really enjoy this opening partnership as they do complement each other. One, as you said, carefree, the other more of playing an anchoring role, and it's played hard through the covers, and that's a brilliant shot by Robin Searle. She's off the mark with a four, and the cover fielders had no chance there.
Traditional, picture perfect. Like we said, textbook player, too full from Leah Jones, too wide as well, just allowing Robin Searle to get to the stride of the ball, and the placement as well cannot be praised enough. You have your cover, you have your extra cover, but she still finds the guy.
Yeah, and it looked really confident too. I think she has the tendency to be a little bit hesitant up front, but she's looking nice and confident, and she defends that again confidently straight back to the bowler.
When your textbook batter looks hesitant, they always look shaky. They don't look pretty, like, what's going on here? But when it does come together and you see that confidence come through their footwork and how their hands move through the swing of the blade, you're like, yes, this is what cricket is about.
Yeah, then it does look really good. Gives you goosebumps. Oh, fishing at it a little bit outside the off stump and tries to go hard. But going through to the keeper for no run. And Jones finding her length and her line outside that off stump, the ball swinging away from the right-hander.
That's her manner of operation. Just got it a little bit too full with that previous delivery. She doesn't have an attacking option, but it's funny where she's the more attacking bowler, getting the ball into the right areas.
Or straighter, this time played into the leg side. Kayla Renica doing the work at mid-on. One ball left in the over, and Jones will be looking to close it off.
Of course, the last time they played, she was a bowler who took 2 wickets, Leah Jones, after bowling her 9 overs. But this was back in Cape Town where they played. Doesn't matter because when they played here, she took 4 wickets.
Yeah, that was at TUT Oval. As this one goes past the top edge of the bat, flat bat shot that Robin Searle presented there, but luckily for her, beats the bat, goes through to the international Deliada behind the wickets. And that's the end of the third over, 17 without loss.
Just one overpitched delivery to what was otherwise a very well constructed over from Leah Jones. You can see how she was bowling the ball wider, moving it away, and then bringing it back in just to see if Searle has her technique in order and still wants to flash. So, very well constructed over. But the question now is if Weingart will be able to continue with that pressure and just get her head back into the game after conceding those 13 runs.
And we do see a bowling change here. And interesting to take her out of the attack so quickly after that first over that she bowled. Sineletu Yaso into the attack from the Henopshover end. She's quite an aggressive young bowler. She likes the bouncer. She does tend to bowl a little bit shorter. So she comes into the other youngster, Simone Lawrence, and it's short outside the off stump. A little bit of a flash there from Simone Lawrence, but nothing from it.
Can see she's tall and lanky, and she has your typical tall and lanky action, jumping high up, and she releases from high up as well. Can see that extra bounce from Lawrence, really thinking that the cut shot was there, going over the bat as well. So really promising to see here.
And a little bit more pacey than Leo Jones. She does have a little bit more oomph behind the ball. As shoots again, and there's a top edge by Lawrence, but Yasso under it, and it's dropped. And this is really bad for Western Provinces. They need to take their chances when they get it, but the youngster from the Titans let off the hook.
The question now, Jenna, is that what will be the price of that drop? She is in good touch. You can see she's looking to take it on. But that extra bounce we're talking about here is the reason why she got that top edge. But she has no one to blame here, Yasso.
Yeah, definitely not. As soon as the ball went up, she called for it, and unfortunately wasn't able to hold onto it in the end. Both mid-wicket and mid-on fielders just left her to it and unable to hold on. She comes in this time, goes down the leg side, and called wide by Adolo.
Something's happening at the Henops River end. Your one bowler's getting taken apart. The other bowler is taking herself apart by not completing the chances that she's creating. And just like what happened with Wineguard, one wide ball, and you messing it up. Here, you don't want the dropped catch to mess up your over as well.
Yeah, definitely does not help the confidence, especially of your own bowling. As this ball a little bit better, it's top of off stump, line and length, and played off the back foot by Saul into the covers.
So we'll look to present lesser chances than what Lawrence does. Getting behind the line of the ball well, reading the length much better. Playing with a much straighter bat as well because of getting behind that line of the ball too.
Yeah, with the height of Yasso, it is important to go with a straight bat. This time wide down the offside, and really struggling to find a consistent line and length here, Yasso.
It seemed like after the wide delivery, the next ball, she got it right. That's the ball she should be looking to bowl every single time. Just get so thinking, should I be playing at this? And then eventually you'll find her defending over and over and over again.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the two youngsters, Yasso and Wineguard, into this team 2 weekends ago. Tatum LaRue opened the bowling with Nadine de Klerk, and Robin still plays this out into the offside. They're looking to take the single as there's a fumble at mid-off, but in the end decided not to take the chance. Tatum LaRue in the game against the Dolphins bowled 6 overs. She got 1 wicket for 38. And yeah, maybe bringing the youngsters in, a little bit questionable so far. Fifth ball of the over goes down the leg side again. And Yasso really struggling to find herself here this over.
As you speak about it, and like we were talking just before we started the broadcast about the table and how close it is actually. You don't want to find yourself too far away from the lead because Captain's had 11 points. They still have a chance of making it there. So it's quite a big game considering the fact that the Titans are sitting second and they sitting fifth. So maybe you wanted that strength in the team.
Yeah, and that experience of LaRue as well. Goes down the leg side and still just plays this around the corner. Goes out to fine leg as Notipol Bezi does the work out in the deep. Gets it in for a single. And Simone Lawrence will be on strike for the last ball of the over.
The Titans are sitting second and they sitting fifth. So maybe you wanted. Can she create that opportunity again now? Can Yasso? Seeing that even with the first ball, Lawrence had a little bit of a trouble with that extra bounce, getting a top edge in the next one.
And a field change here as third man comes into the ring and a deep mid wicket goes out to the boundary. Definitely looking for the short ball, but she goes full down the leg side and fumble from the keeper. Robinson comes through. A good run in the end. They did have to kind of go into third or fourth gear to get through, but that was a well taken single off the wide delivery.
Really difficult start here for Yasso. Already 4 wides in the over. It's just the fourth over of the innings as well. That new ball needs to be used a little bit better here, Jenna.
third or fourth gear to get through. Yeah, it definitely does. But the Western Province team does seem to have a plan as the field has changed. Gully
Really
comes into play
difficult
again,
start
but she
here for
goes
Leah, so
down legs so that
really
Gully
get
cannot
in
be
line.
in the play in the game if that line is just
Just the fourth
bowled.
over. 100%. The plan comes with execution. The previous ball, when they had Lawrence, I liked them putting the deep mid wicket there because she's looking to take on the short bowling. And that's why I believe when you saw the fumble, Robin Searle much more comfortable against Yasso, taking it on. So here you might have a plan, but your plan needs to be executed by your bowler.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, so in last ball of the over, but defended into the offside for no run by Still. Kelsey Adams doing the work at cover, gets it into the keeper. And that's the end of the fourth, 25 for no loss. And a good over for the Titans, not so much for the Western Province women's team.
Unfortunately, they are the makers of their own, very much the makers of their own demise. So many runs given away just for free there by Yaso. As you can see, 25 runs in the score. There's already 7 extras, and we just 4 overs in. And the thing is, the extras are only coming from one end. They're only coming from the end of the Henops River end. Leah Jones is really keeping it tidy still.
Yeah, her 2 overs, just 4 runs from her 12 balls so far. She has a field change, playing extra player in the cover. So Gully comes out, point, 2 players at cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and then third man and fine leg out on the boundary. A Yorker length delivery there from Jones. This is the first time that Simone Lawrence is facing the SA emerging captain. And she just defends that straight back to the bowler.
She's leading from the front layer here, Leah Jones. She's also the captain of this Western Province team. Of course, one of the two biggest unions around the country, so it's a fierce rivalry between the Titans and the Western Province.
Looking to go hard on that off stump line, but finds the fielder Wineguard at mid off. Not able to take the run there as it's a good piece of fielding.
So it's important here for Leah Jones to continue just doing the job that she's been doing, just leading from the front. And it's important also for Simone Lawrence to understand that the vulnerability is at the other end, not in this one.
She looks to go hard again, but decides to defend it. And not looking too comfortable on that just off stump line. She is getting a little bit of the inside half of the bat as she's coming down. Backswing not coming down too straight.
So what we're talking about with that in swinger from Leah Jones really does cause problems to right-handers if you get into the right spots, which is what seems what Leah Jones is doing here.
Down the leg side, makes contact with Lawrence's pads, and goes out to fine leg. That'll be a leg by to Simone Lawrence.
Much quicker delivery as well there from Leah Jones. Looking to surprise Lawrence with a straighter one, but because of that movement, just going down the legs as well. Luckily enough, having fine leg there was relatively fine. Basically at the 45, able to stop it.
Yeah, really interesting plan as she went fourth stump, fourth stump, fourth stump, and then straighter on the fourth ball. It's time into Searle. Back of a length outside the off stump and played off the back foot, but finds point. 1 ball left in the over, so we'll be looking to get a couple here to end of the over.
Thing is, when she tries to get that one to move away, just pushing it a little bit wider than where she'd wanted to start it. It's a nice variation that she has going on, having the one that moves away, but it would be so much more lethal if she uses it in that same area where she uses her in-swinger.
And that's the length that we're talking about. A little bit fuller, getting the batter on that front foot and really forcing them to question the line that the bat is coming down. That's the end of the fifth over, 26 for no loss. Just the one leg by from that Jones over.
Titans going at a really brisk pace here. But while they will be happy that they are going at such a pace, it will lead them into a pretty good score. But the problem is, their highest score here, the Titans, that they've ever scored, was a score that was covered by the Lions when they scored 264 runs, thinking that, yes, I'm in a good standing. And all of a sudden, wasn't good enough.
Yeah, we do see a bowling change. Again, this is the third bowler from the end. Kayla Reinecker with her off spin from the Henoch River end. Just to run through the field, deep square leg, 45 in place. Deep mid wicket, mid on, mid off, extra cover, and point. And of course, better leader standing up to the stumps. Reinecker down at the offside and it's called a wide. Definitely something interesting happening from the Henoch River end.
Even your best bowlers bowling wides here, your most economical of bowlers.
This time she goes straighter and it's played across the line, but well fielded by Tunnicliffe down in the deep. They'll get through for a single.
It's a controlling move here. It's a strong move from Leah Jones to bring in Kayla Reinecker so early. Normally comes in around over 15, 16, looking to control the innings during that time to apply that pressure. But it's so loose at the Henoch River end. She has to fasten the chains. Bringing in Reinecker now, not ideal, but she has to do what she has to do.
Down the leg side and played with soft hands to the mid wicket region, but beats the mid wicket fielder to the left and they get through for a single.
But also, Jenna, wouldn't you continue one of the youngsters just as a confidence boost? It's still much early in the innings as well.
Goes across the line, this time straight to the fielder at mid wicket for no run. Simone Lawrence has been really attacking on that straighter line. And just to come back to that pitch, yes, I think I would have kept one of the faster bowlers on from the other end. Really slow through the air, has a little bit of confusion between the wickets. Lawrence wanting to take the run, but a good piece of fielding at mid off, and no run taken in the end. Reinecker really slow through the air. A wonderful straight drive by Lawrence. But again, another fantastic piece of fielding at mid off.
Despite the lack of pace, Lawrence still getting the timing sweetly, still getting the power generated behind the shots as well.
Or Yorker length, and this time it was to squeeze it out into the leg side. They'll go out to cow corner just for a single. And a good throw from the deep. Faye Tunnicliffe getting the ball to crash into the non-striker's end stumps. But Simone Lawrence well in, as that's the end of the sixth over, 30 from it.
It's coming in to control the innings. Looked like she has done that decently. 4 runs from the over. Of course, Jones is much more in control, giving away 4 runs in her 3 overs. But Reinecker just finished her matric this week, finished writing this week, and she must come now after saving her schooling career. She must save her team's team's career here, where the Titans are utterly on top, going at 5 runs to the over, but it's still 6 overs into the match, still 44 overs to go. But if it continues in this vein, Kayla Reinecker will need to pull out all of those smarts.
Yeah, definitely. I do believe she wrote her last exam yesterday in the morning. So she's coming straight out of that study haze that I remember being in a couple of years ago.
Oh,
Jones to continue from the West Lane end. Full on off stump, but played well by Lawrence. Reinecker doing the work at mid on. There is cow corner outfield here, Jones, which is an interesting move. As she's been holding quite a consistent outside off stump line.
also having the fine leg there. Indications that she might be looking to go straight at some point in time, given how she even started the over.
Oh, too full this time and played hard by Lawrence. around the pads, and that goes for 4 to a vacant square leg region and takes the Titans up to 34 for no loss. 2 balls into the 7th over.
That's the only thing I would have changed about the field, Jenna. If you are going to be going straight, rather push the mid wicket onto the square leg because you already have a lady standing at the cow corner who can cover the deep mid wicket and cover the long on region as well. But apart from that, Jones just pulled the length back.
Oh, and that's exactly what she's done, and the ball crashes into middle stump. That'll be the end of Simone Lawrence, who was looking like she was in really good form. But as you said in Pendulo, just pulling the length back, creating some doubt, and the ball not getting up as high as Simone Lawrence thought it did.
Phenomenal bowling here from Leah Jones. The lack of grass, meaning that there's less zip, a little bit slow on the other side. Variable bounce. She was comfortable playing the crossbat shots, playing this side. Of course, she got the top edge, but the ball was coming on much better. The other side, that lack of bounce really killing her. Looking to be aggressive, but all Leah Jones needed to do was to target those stumps, which she did. Fantastic work, and she was gonna fall for the trap of maybe attacking the fine leg or attacking the cow corner. So this is excellent bowling from the Western Province.
Yeah, that was really good work from the skipper of the Western Province team. And into the crease now, after the wicket of Simone Lawrence, Catherine Pryor, who did really well against the Dolphins in at Kingsmead last weekend, as she was not out for 21. She came in at 8 in that game, so it's exciting to see her back into the top of the order without the Protea players in this lineup.
Task on our hands here to just continue the momentum that has been started here by Sol and Lawrence. But unfortunately for the Titans, they've lost the aggressor of the scoring. 19 runs for Simone Lawrence out of the 34. And now bringing in Catherine Pryor. It's going to be important that her at number 3 with the ball still relatively new, that she uses the gaps around the field.
Yeah, the last time she batted here against the Dolphins, she scored 35 in her opening partnership with Searle. Confidently defends this out into the offside for no run. She's a really skilled player, and unfortunately, since she's joined this Titans women's team, she hasn't had too many impressive knocks to her name. But she is really skilled and she's got a really good, solid technique. And hopefully, all the hard work that she puts in will pay off.
She played a patient innings as well against the Dolphins here. When you were looking at that innings, 46 balls it took for her to construct. It was a low scoring game from the Dolphins as well, scoring 155 runs. The important thing here for the Titans is that they covered that score. Just losing those 2 wickets, it shows the value of having that good platform because both of their first 2 wicket partnerships were 50 runs piece. So Catherine Pryor must take that form from the Dolphins and try to apply it here.
She goes hard into the offside but finds point. And that was a quick piece of fielding by the fielder at point. Good to see Catherine Pryor coming out and looking aggressive and confident off the front foot.
100%. It's exactly what you want to do. You don't want the bowler just bowling at you. It's a good way to end the 7th over as well. Successful one for the Western Province there by Leah Jones too.
Yeah, just 4 from it, but the important one, the wicket of Simone Lawrence, who went for 19, 34 for 1 after 7. Just 3 overs left in this power play as Kayla Reinecker, the matriculant, still bowling for the first time. A bowler is getting a second over from the Hina Trevor end. She goes straight and still plays with a straight bat out to mid on for none.
Well deserved from Reinecker, only giving away 4 runs in her first over.
Just played with soft hands and a little bit shaky there from Searle as she plays into the covers. Must be a little bit of turn on show as we know, especially in the game, slower you bowl, the more the ball is turning. And Kayla Reinecker is not quick through the air at all. as so hesitant again on that occasion, going on the back foot to the fuller length delivery.
And we're also speaking about that slope, Jenna, that it is tilted from the right downwards to the left of the screen.
Tossing it up, and this time showing us the turn that she's getting off, as it did pitch on middle stump, but turned down the leg side, and it's given as a wide. A little bit of a mixed bounce there, as the Titans get for a single as it goes straight past the bowler. Robinson will be happy to get off the mark in this over. Didn't look too confident against the slow off spin.
Looked very comfortable against the paces here. Now we're going to see if Catherine Pryor is as confident against the spin, just like she was against the pace.
Played with soft hands, and they're going through for the quick single, and very well placed into space there by Pryor. Very soft hands, played it nice and gently between mid on and mid wicket, and they scamper through for a single.
And with the mid on right on the ring and the mid off as well, just enough space if you played gently enough to squeeze in that single. Superb awareness.
So attempting to do the same thing, but this time Angie Steyn coming a little bit closer in that mid wicket. Oh, Gemma Botha, excuse me, the fielder in that position. That's the end of the 8th over. 37 for 1. The partnership of just 3. Still 7 to her name, and Catherine Pryor just the 1.
Reyneke doing exactly what Leah Jones would have wanted her to do. It's just a pity that her overs are being used in the very first power play, because remember in the women's game, there's still that batting power play that lasts for 5 overs. So maybe that's where you want to use a bowler just like Reyneke.
Yeah, to keep them quiet in those middle overs are really important. Or played with soft hands. Catherine Pryor looking in really good touch so far. She just guides this out to third man. I'll go through for a single, and with the offside packed in front of the bat, that vacant third man region in the ring, with the fielder out at third man on the boundary is a really nice space to access.
Leah Jones also hardly gives you boundaries, so keeping the score ticking will be vital. So using those spaces around will be important. But as you can see now, that short third man just coming tighter.
Yeah, Steyn moving to gully, and that's exactly where the ball goes on this occasion. Have third man out on the boundary, gully in the ring, point cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg out on the boundary with a vacant region in that square leg area.
So this time, Jones is not going to be bowling many straight. She'll be looking to just dry up the runs by bowling that ball on the off stump, looking for Sol to drive.
Oh, and she does just that, but that varied bounce, the ball just died as it made contact with the wicket here at Supersport Park, and still just flashing at it, but missing it completely.
Dangerous to play those crowd bat shots at the other side. That's how Simone Lawrence lost her wickets. That variable bounce showing its nasty head again. Wide outside the off stump. It was definitely there to be played by Sol because it was short, but just not lifting enough.
Yeah, and something interesting is happening here. Babette de Leader going under the helmet, standing up to the pacer from the West Lane end. Gully still in play. The ball not coming through too quickly. Still getting bat on it this time. Plays it out into the covers.
Interesting ploy here by Babette de Leader coming up with the wickets. Slowness of the end. Maybe trying to negate the little flick down to the third man, just trying to question it because it doesn't seem like Sol was outside of her crease.
Oh, and she goes on that beautiful cover drive, but finds Faye Tunnicliffe at extra cover. One ball left in the over. The Titans will be looking to get at least a single off it.
It's been superbly constructed here from Leah Jones. Bowled 2 maiden overs within her 4.5 overs right now.
Still goes hard, but fielded well. There is a fumble, even though the dive by Kelsey Adams got body behind the ball. The Titans don't take advantage of it. Well recovered by the Province fielders in the covers. That's the end of the 9th over. 38 for 1.
Good fielding from Kelsey Adams at the covers, really throwing herself at there. That's what you need at the covers when your bowler's constantly bowling outside their off stump, drawing a drive from a good drive off the ball as well. You're going to need your cover fielders to be aware and to back up your bowler and starve good shots out of runs. It's exactly what she did there. So Leo Jones will be happy. Robin Soul, not so much.
Catherine Pryor to face Kayla Reinecker. Played soft hands just to that mid-wicket region. Ball is turning quite a lot. You can see the players going from that off stump line, playing it into the leg side. Good signs for the young spinner.
It's like we were saying, it's that slope that's just tilting from the right to the left of your screen, going downwards, aiding that spin, coming backwards. It also sharpens that spin as well.
Or she pulls the length back a bit and Pryor goes on the cross bat across the line, but finds Tunnicliffe at cow corner. They go through for an easy one. Well picked up there by Pryor. Halfway through the over. Still goes on the front foot, but just mistiming it a little bit. She's looking to go hard at the ball, but a good length that Reinecker is bowling.
Phenomenal length, especially with the ball turning and that extra bounce as well.
Oh, and she goes on the sweep, it's fine. And Nosipo Vezi at short 45, just putting her body behind that one and not allowing the single to take place.
Just a little bit too straight there from Reinecker. Wants to bowl that line outside that off stump, just to question the batter about the angle of their stumps with that turn.
Still just defending it out to the offside. That's the end of the 10th over, 39 for 1. And there will be a commentary change. I will be replaced by David Midgley.
That's exactly what happened there after 10 overs. It's 39 for 1. And remember, starting tomorrow, there'll be the T20 happening here at the Super Sports Park. Bring your friends, bring your family, bring your partner, bring whoever you want, bring yourself. Tickets are just merely 20 rands, David.
Yeah, an absolute privilege for us to be able to broadcast that game as well, Pandula. A change in the landscape of women's cricket in South Africa. It is always positive when the powers that be are able to make the decision that allow the women's game to further escalate.
And escalate it does with good-looking strokes there from Pryor, looking to get herself in just straight to cover. As Kelsey Adams makes the job done.
So if you've just joined us, a very good morning to you. Supersport Park set fair this morning after the Western Province women won the toss and decided they'll have a bowl. It's been a tale of two cities, if you will.
They seem to have brought it back to a certain degree here, have the Western Province, after starting very loosely there, David. So the Hennops River end were leaking runs, but bringing in Kayla Reinecker now, they've brought it back and even grabbing themselves a wicket.
The wicket made all the difference. It was wayward. There was plenty of extras, 10 of them in the first 10, which is not something any coach will be happy with, but their ability to really utilize the variable bounce here has been to their benefit.
Still that movement going down the leg, and the umpire signals that wide. It's a good length from Leah Jones looking to attack the stumps, just didn't work though.
The concern that I have, though, as looking at how they've utilized their bowlers this morning, it's been a lot of changes in Pendulum, particularly from the Hennops River end. And what it does is it puts pressure on somebody like Jones because it means she has to bowl more overs up front. And as such, she's not able to utilize her overs in the back end and to really just squeeze things.
And this time she can't squeeze things even at the beginning, David. Pushing it too wide. Exactly what Catherine Pryor would have wanted. Stunning cover drive through point, through extra cover, and it goes for four.
Glorious stroke there. Just laced it away through the covers. At one point, the covers region was far less porous, but in this instance, like the South African captain, Laura Volfart, she was able to surgically cleft in twain that region.
The ball as beautiful as your vocabulary, David. They move to 44 for one. Leah Jones will just look to straighten that up a little bit, if not, just pull the length back rather. Something along those lines is which she's looking to operate.
Yeah, I've been somewhat disappointed with the lines of the Western Province women. I want to take you back to Wineguard's over where she was coming around the wicket, and the idea is that when you come around the wicket as a right arm bowler to a right-handed batter, is that looking to create the angle, try to get them flashing outside the off stump. You had the gully in place to try and take that outside edge, and with that,
They take it over the top this time. That's the width that they were looking to create, but this time, Leah Jones pulling it a little bit too short, but taken by authority by Catherine Pryor over the top for 4 runs.
and that's precisely what I'm alluding to is the lines haven't been consistent. The frustration, if you are a Western Province fan, is that you bowl a couple of good deliveries and then you let it go with a really wayward one. The Wineguard incident, she's coming across and then the line is very straight, and that's the frustration because it immediately is punished. And so you've got to be focused in how you execute your plan.
Must be strong execution and bravery as well to keep going at that plan, even if you're getting hit. The important thing at this level now, the game being professional, is keeping your head straight because there are so many people who want your place now. They want what those privileges that you have at the end of over number 11 here. It's 48 for one.
And those opportunities will certainly come for youngsters who want their time in the sunshine, their time to really show off their skills and their time to show off the hard work that they've been putting into place. And the ultimate result for any player is to make a living out of it. You want as a professional cricketer to be able to not have to worry about your midweek commitments with your full-time job. All credit to the team at Supersport Park here and Dr. Jacques Fall and his team deciding to go with sales for tickets and really breaking boundaries here for women's cricket.
It's a new start because we keep seeing beautiful cricket like this. How gorgeous is that placement from Robin Searle? Unfortunately, the ball lacking the legs to reach the third-man boundary. It's fantastic work being done by the fielder, really stopping it as it goes to the boundary there, Mangele. And it's 50 runs up for the Fidelity Titans as well.
They've almost crawled here after the halfway mark in the first 10. They were really racing along there, and once the wicket had fallen, I almost felt like the game was stagnating a bit.
It's going to be important that they utilize the spaces that are open here because despite the fact that the power play has been finished, David, they still keep two fielders out in the ring. They have a square or backward square leg and they have a deep mid wicket as well. And that's where the ball is going to go to that deep backward square just for a single.
And I think that the cricketing intelligence has gotten better since the fall of the wicket. For me, the Western Province women have been a little bit more aware of where their fielders need to be and not reactive, being reactive, but rather proactive in the way that they set the field. It's going to come around the wicket now.
And then again, that vacant third man boundary, putting a lot of work on Mangele, but she does well this time. Small fumble allows for the second run to come in. Just a little bit shaky, but still makes it home. Very good cricket here. Cricket intelligence from the Titans as well, equally as good.
Absolutely. And the ability to identify the second run there is crucial. And the way in which they've gone about this platform that they're looking to set for themselves has been a little bit hesitant, as you guys alluded to at the start of the game. Hopefully they can accelerate.
Just respecting the good delivery, extra bounce generated there from Reiniger. Going for a couple of runs, strong runs, as it's the end of over number 12. It's 54 for 1.
Glorious, glorious, glorious day here at Supersport Park. There are some youngsters in the pool at Castle Corner, not in full flight as it will be on the 26th of December. Pendulo, as South Africa play host to India in the first of 2 test matches in the Freedom Series, once again having the Indian players on our shores after a dramatic World Cup. And it is always one that is a special place in the heart of South Africans because it was the first team that South Africa played against after their readmission into international cricket. Clive Rice and his men many, many years ago.
100%. Whenever they play together, it's always something special, especially if it's going to be happening a day after Christmas. The Boxing Day Test match, one for the ages, one of the most traditional Test matches. And as we see a change here in the bowling as well for the Western Province, it's Nozipho Vezi, one of the leading wicket takers for the Western Province. She comes in now. She's a lethal wicket taker, is Vezi. She's taken 9 wickets in her 4 matches. That's an impressive average as well there, David. Just 15 runs for her wickets.
Using somewhat of an inconsistent bounce here that we saw from Jones, and I think that's going to be crucial. The use of cutters and slower balls is going to be vital to strengthen these Titans batters.
Just going wide. It's been the problem here for the Western Province. They've been just letting it loose every now and then.
Maybe just an allergy to compliments.
But that's also what happens when you lose Leah Jones. She's bowled brilliantly, 6 overs, 18 runs. But of course, Vezi is no muck with the ball either. Neither is Kelsey Adams at cover, stopping it with a good dive.
Precisely the point I was making a little bit earlier about having to have Jones bowl a lot more than perhaps you would like her to up front. Those 2 extra overs make a world of difference, and so it then puts pressure on Vezi to be on the mark immediately.
Considering the fact that on top of that, David, you still look as the Titans that year, so the youngster, Weingart, the youngster, still have a combined 18 overs to go. It's a huge number of overs on the youngsters where the Titans can prey on them.
Particularly since they've had such a rough start. There's not much on offer there in terms of pace onto the bat rather. And I think the 2 of you alluded to it. Both of these batters like bat on ball. They like being able to guide it fine or perhaps throw their hands at it, as we see a quadruple field change. Deep cover, long on, long off, now in place, and deep mid wicket. With freedom offered.
It's your standard fast bowlers field, and immediately your cover sweeper has been put into action, just stopping that into a single. Of course, Pryor, very much more aggressive than so, like we've been saying so much, the anchor at the top, looking for the players to bat around her. As we see the fielding change with her coming in now, your long on and long off no longer existent. They are now mid on and mid off. So is sweeper coming in back to the cover. So the only fielder who's standing out is your deep mid wicket. So there's it to continue. Just looking to trap Sylvan. It's a fantastic diving effort again from Kelsey Adams, certainly stopping a boundary as she dove to her left.
It was well secured there. And talking about security, we're absolutely privileged to be here at the home of the Fidelity Titans, who have brought an armored vehicle onto the embankment to our right-hand side. So where you're looking at the screen, off of the leg side, it's about Deepak Square, and it's a lovely vehicle that I'm sure is utilized in ensuring safety and security. As another change in the field as deep backward squares in place with deep mid wicket out for the spinner as the Gautrain whistles past. You can also use the Gautrain to access the ground tomorrow as we bring you women's T20 action.
The action continues also in the pitch here with the ball spinning back in to the Robinson. An extra bounce as well, really causing some problems from Silsey. Hasn't been comfortable at all against Reiniger.
Now, I'd love to see the fielder that's at mid wicket, obviously a lot closer than is traditionally the case. This one's just ducks it out into the offside. I'd love to see her a little bit closer on the adjusted strip. I'd love to see her really putting pressure on Searle because you get one that jumps a little bit more or doesn't quite come onto the bat as you'd like. As that one stopped at backward point. I just want that pressure. I want out just in the peripheral vision of Searle, put pressure on her, see how she reacts and what does she do because that's where you're going to find those wickets.
And on top of that, David, those are scoring options as well. See again, just a gentle push down to mid off. She's standing on the ring, so is mid on as well. Just too much timing on that one. She couldn't get the single, but I agree with you. Getting those guys closer stifles those singles for her and forces her to play that dangerous shot to Kai and to try and guide it down the third man boundary. Just like that, it's phenomenal bowling that from Reiniger. Nabbing the edge, that extra bounce, that turn, really troubling Robinson, but she survives as the ball trickles down to the very fine third man boundary.
Welcome boundary there for the Fidelity Titans. Bit of fortune, but that's all that you need is the ball to come off the outside half of the bat and race away. Robinson on 17 now. This partnership worth 27, so a good rebuild by Fidelity Titans. I think a crucial element of the plan going forward has to be singles to make sure that they're not allowing these bowlers to settle on a line and then.
A fortuitous getaway indeed for Robinson, and that's that push, gentle push down to the middle fielder for one to consolidate her boundary. We're working in fives and sevens as she completes over number 14. 62 is on the board for the Titans ladies. Dropped that run rate a little bit because of that work from the Western Province, but it's still looking quite healthy if you are being put to bat first at 4.5 runs to the over.
Supersport Park playing host to the ladies from Western Province and Fidelity Titans, and it is Western Province who are hosting the Titans and Western Province in their game, the men's 4-day competition brought to you by Cricket South Africa, underway at the moment. There was a rain delay before they got underway today, and we'll give you a bit of an update from the ground later on.
Zihi continues with her work. She was the leading wicket taker for the Western Province in last season's campaign, where the Western Province were the eventual champions. Western Province running on a clean sweep against the Titans last season, winning both their games. And Vezi was the instigator. Very key members. The ball is fumbled at cover. They look to come back for number 2 to the batters. Good strike from Robinson. They take advantage of the midfield from Leah Jones. Would expect higher standards from herself as well.
Just a question of small errors allowing your opposition back into the game. You would feel as a Western Province you're on top. And a micro error like that certainly buoy the confidence of this Titan side and their ability to rotate, strike, keep up with that run rate. They're going at 6 at one point, currently 4.4. So slight dialing back.
Just going a little bit too wide this time, Vinzi. Questioning that. Also a little bit too full too. It was a good connection from Robinson in the previous ball. Just looking to compensate and adjust her line so that she doesn't get smacked again. And she tries much slower through the air, forcing Sol to reach at it.
Yeah, there's a change in the field now as deep square goes out to a mid, or it was a square leg, and going out to mid wicket.
So Vezi might look to go a little bit straighter this time, trying to entice Joe to push the ball that side. But she's bluffing both of us. Just keeping persistent with that line outside that off stump.
I'd like to highlight something at the end of the over around the intensity with which players are approaching the game, as there's another field change. Deep cover now in place.
Oi, just reaching for it again. So looking to keep operating on that line outside the off stump, which makes it hard as we see over number 15 come to an end. It's 65 for 1.
Level of intensity at this game is always a difficult one to maintain for the duration of 50 overs. You know, when you're playing one-day cricket, the first 10, there's always that excitement and energy, but continuing that intensity when you're out there fielding, it's hot, you maybe chasing the ball a bit. Not that that is the case here, but certainly it can impact the way that you as a team lift one another. And in particular, somebody like a Faye Tunnicliffe, just off, she'll just be off your screen, but boy, oh boy, does she walk in with such great intensity that you in the commentary box almost want to go out there and field yourself, and you feel like there's a run out opportunity at every turn. Change of bowling.
Shima Botha, who's coming in now. Work being worked done to the backward square. Talking about that intensity as well, David, it becomes a little bit harder when that first power play comes to an end. Seems as if at those times, as they make confusion, what are they going to do? Nosipo Vezi, standing at short fine leg, just fumbling the ball a little bit. Again, those margins, David, giving those small, little itty bitty runs away. Intensity.
Yeah.
Just looking to flight that one into the air. But easy runs here with the field spread out on the next side. Just your deep backward square and your front on square.
It's those soft skills that really make the difference between a good team and a great team. Your ability to put your opposition under pressure. Running that first one hard, making sure that you are walking in hard. It's those kind of elements that can certainly lift you as an individual, but also your team's performance in the field.
And also when that chatter starts between you, it charges up your bowler. Your bowler feels like they are backed up when they're about to run in. And it just feels like it squashes the field smaller, smaller, and smaller for the batters too.
Some mid-over conversation here, looking for some solutions.
Thinking of that a flighted delivery will be one, but the adjustment here is that line. It's no longer as straight as it was, disallowing Pryor to work that ball onto that leg side.
And that's exactly what she needs to do. She needs to throw it outside the off stump, as that one is wide once again. So another extra misery in this game from the Henopstrom end. It's really been tough if you've been a bowler from that side.
But the flighted delivery, again, it's too deep, the middle fielder, just too deep, sitting on the ring, barely made a couple of steps into the ring, allows the single from Pryor. Fantastic batsmanship between the two ladies here.
And that's what I'm talking about. Your awareness of seeing the fielder flat-footed on the ring. They're not walking with intensity. Quick bunt and to the other end you go. And you can see that in that last delivery, she's just really dropped it and set off immediately. There was no hesitation.
Phenomenal awareness as they bring an end to over number 16. Here the score is 70 for the loss of one. Nozi Povezi had a problem with her lines in the previous over, just a little bit too wide. How will she adjust this time? One of the best bowlers in Western Province. Goes in very full, very good ball. That hard to get away as there's no one patrolling the boundary.
Yeah, just a packed ring field, trying to squeeze these two, particularly Searle, who's gotten off to somewhat of a stagnant start. She was at the other end when the brilliant start by Lawrence was stifled. It's not easy to free your arms and get that boundary that you want, but you've almost got to think of only getting a boundary through a really wayward delivery, but rather seeing, okay, where can I extract a single? Who's sitting flat-footed on the edge of the ring? Where can I really put pressure on fielders?
On top of that, David, with the lack of pace being provided here from Veza, because she's much slower than Leah Jones or Ayaso, is that it forces the batters to really generate something to get those boundaries, which makes it a bit harder to score as well. So it emphasizes that point of those singles.
Just unfortunately, you can't rely on wides because, as regularly occurring as they are, they can't be the main source of your scoring runs. That's very much a primary schools cricket type tactic. But uh, the pace on the ball doesn't mean you can't extract something from it. Softer hands allows you to really sneak away with a quick single. But this is much better line and length there from Vezi.
And it's very difficult. But what she's doing here, really applying that pressure, bowling it right outside that off stump, it's very hard to generate a single out of those deliveries as well, especially if you have six fielders packing that offside field.
With the keeper up as well.
And that's that pressure we're talking about, David. Goes wide. It's a good connection from Robin Sill, but straight to the hands of short extra cover. Nothing there to take.
Wonder if the coaches would say, well, maybe you've got to utilize the crease. You've got to bat a little bit deeper, bat a little bit, all the way across. You've almost got to shift the mindset that you have. You can't get stuck. So just pull the handbrake on that delivery, but you can't get stuck in a mindset of I can only play a certain way. You've got to be able to adapt to say, you know what, she's bowling really well and she's bowling it outside the off stump. So then instead of perhaps taking a center guard, you look at two off or even off stump and using your feet to come across as we'll halt play for the moment. We're not quite sure what the break in play has been, but we'll let you know. Uh, Don't forget that you can join us tomorrow as we bring you the first ever women's senior provincial game from Supersport Park that has been ticketed. And in the meantime, we'll give you an update from the man himself, James King, who's at Western Province, and we'll bring you an update from what's happening there in the men's 4-day game.
The news here from Newlands is that the match between the Momentum Multiply Titans and Western Province start on day 3 has been delayed until 11 a.m. We will update you as we go through the day. The scores here, 350 for Western Province, the first inning 259 for the Titans, and they are currently Western Province 98 for 1 in their second innings, a lead of 189. This is James King, the Cape Fox for CSA Digital in Cape Town.
Thank you to James King, and it looks like we've taken somewhat of a premature drinks break, but maybe there was a comfort break that was desperately needed. So we'll be back with you in just a moment after the drinks break. But from Supersport Park, it's 71 for 1 after Western Province won the toss and decided they'll have a field. Welcome back to Supersport Park. This is CSA Women's One Day Cup action. We're going to conclude the 17th.
Seems like Robin Soul just had something in her eye there, David. Needed to be sorted out. We were going to get drinks anyway after the end of this over. At least we're going to get a continuation of the game now at 71-1.
Game, after a good start, has somewhat stagnated and not really giving us all the action, but there will be action on the 26th of December as South Africa take on India in the first test match of the Freedom Series. It is always a party when the Indian team comes to South Africa. A lot of Indian fans in the diaspora here in South Africa. It's a shame they won't get the game out at Kingsmead, but I think the issues with lights that they've had over the last couple of years.
There's been a problem, but guess who's seeing that clearly? It's the fielder who's at deep square leg. What a phenomenal fielding effort. The strike was pure from Pryor, but Mangele again showing that she's brilliant in the field.
And you know who's also brilliant is the team from Renault who are here, the Exco team from Renault. And you can make sure you get your next vehicle from them.
Yeah, you're going to drive the ball much better. You're going to drive much better than that. You're going to get a clean connection with your car.
Absolutely. Thank you to the team at Supersport Park, home of the Titans.
And so now looking to get her work going. Good placement here. It's strange here, David, because she's timing the ball well, but straight to the fielder. But the moment she gives it less power, she's then able to get those singles.
Absolutely. The key is not thinking I need to come out here and absolutely smash it away. Softer hands, gentler approach, well versed.
And Gemma, different approach from Reineke. Lot more flat, a lot more fuller compared to Reineke as well. With Reineke, they were going onto that back foot, cutting, looking to access the space behind third man. Gemma, none of that.
Half a shout there as Pryor tried to play that onto the onside.
And she really is giving them nothing here.
I fancy a reverse sweep would do well here. Maybe a bit of a gallant option as deep extra cover goes out to the fence.
Might as well push it and get the single. But she doesn't allow that, does Gemma Botha. It's an exquisite over of bowling, just giving away 2 runs. Very much controlled here, David. Not even a threat of an extra. 18 have been completed here at the beautiful Super Sports Park. Game is moving as quickly as the How train. 73-1.
Good peace of mind here from the Fidelity Titans as they are going at 4 to the over. 73-1 after 18, but 15 extras certainly has bolstered their confidence in securing a total that they'll be happy with. Making sure that they get off to a good start.
It's 58 runs from the bat. That means, and that's because every single time they've been trying to hit the ball, especially Robin Soul, she's just been finding the fielders.
And that can certainly play a role in how you, as a batter, get yourself out almost because you're looking for something that isn't coming and you're feeling confident because you're middling it, but it's just going straight to the fielder.
Still continues. This time a little bit to the right, going to cover. You can hear now the chatter starting to come alive from the Western Province, really pressurizing Robin Soul. 62 balls for her 23 runs. And she gets an edge fortuitously. Finally, she gets a breakthrough, and it seems to be running to the third man boundary. Yapso can't get to it, but guess what does? The ball. Robin Soul gets 4 runs.
She's got a start now, has Robin Soul, 27 runs at the moment from her 64 deliveries. She's got to make the most of it. That strike rate needs to increase. You've got to look to just change the way that you are scoring runs. She's done that with the outside edge, and she'll say it was fully educated rather than fortuitous. Nevertheless, she's got to make the most of a start.
David, I would increase the pressure on Robin Sill here. It feels like square leg and mid wicket are wasted, given the lines that Nozepovezi is bowling. She's not attacking the stumps, even as deep mid wicket goes deeper, still not attacking the stumps. That's where you might even ponder putting a short mid wicket to intensify the pressure against Robin Sill. Because she's getting nothing off that offside.
Throw in another fielder there in the offside. Pack that offside. She's doing very well here, is Vezi. Line and length, bowling to the field. And skipper in me wants to say, throw another one in there. Really put it under her nose. All I want her to see is dark blue. And I also want her to hear nothing but province players having a word with her. 19 gone, it's 77 for 1.
They're already wearing dark blue. Might as well drown her in the Atlantic.
The cold water of the Atlantic. I think that's certainly something that I want to do is to really turn the screw. I feel like I've got as Western Province captain Leah Jones, I've got the right amount of fielders in a certain region because my bowlers are backing me up. But you almost got to say, well, what is that next step? How am I going to execute and really try and steal a wicket here?
You might even hear for the spin bowler, we saw the edge from Reyneka. You bring in a slip fielder there, even just put into the mind of the batter, but also to be fair from the Henops River end, the ball has been doing a little bit extra, just a little bit over pitched that time. But now it's Pryor who's also starting to feel the energy of the fielding from the Western Province.
I'd love to get a Faye Tunnicliffe in there. She's done some wicket keeping in the past and certainly knows how to offer a conversation when on the field. The right kind of person for the job. Or even under the helmet, this one's glided away down to that third man region.
Just a little bit of hesitation there, David, as they were thinking about round number 2. But dare take it on, never do that. They keep it to 1.
It's almost like a Marnus Labuschagne, and he doesn't know how to keep quiet under the helmet. And that's, I think, exactly what you'll get from Faye Tunnicliffe. And that's where the errors are going to come from. Just an unforced error, early on the shot, rash. No wicket.
It's a good-looking stroke there from Robin Sill, but it's good enough for just a single. It continues working, going a little bit straighter, but I agree with you there, David. The chatter's starting already from the Western Province. The runs they are getting are from edges or from risky shots. So put the person there who's going to talk. Still, mid-wicket is at the deep, still a good-looking shot for 1 run. And recently, the video resurfaced of the 2003 World Cup of Sean Pollock walking into bat and Kumar Sangakkara giving him a word or two.
Lots of pressure on here, fellas. Country on his shoulders. I remember it well. A little bit overpitched that time. Got away with that one, I think, did Buerta. But that concludes the 20th. And after 20, we'll have a commentary change as Jenna Searle dives in next to me here to swim in the blue that is Western Province versus the Fidelity Titans. If you've just joined us, the Western Province women won the toss and they decided that they would have a bowl. And after quite a bright start, Titans ladies losing a wicket and then things kind of stagnated. And it's been a bit of ebb and flow between these two sides. You don't really feel like either side is on top, Jenna, but certainly there are opportunities for these teams to take the game by the throat.
Yeah, there definitely are opportunities for both teams on show here at Supersport Park. And Nosipho Vezi into Catherine Pryor.
Up and over the top. It'll take a couple of bounces and trickle into the boundary. Lovely shot. And that's almost what you need. Just go over the top. If you're being strangled with a ring field, take the opportunity to go up and over the top. And that's the 50 partnership as well for these two. They've really been solid in their foundation building here.
Yeah, really lovely shot there by Catherine Pryor. Not overhitting it, just timing it beautifully and chipping it over the ring, straight over the bowler's head.
A little bit of width, and this time Kelsey Adams not able to get down. Back-to-back boundaries here. You almost thought that they had an earpiece with the commentary saying, guys, we've got to look to make the most of the start that we've gotten.
Yeah, and that's almost the first time that there's been a misfield in that cover wall that the Western Province team has built. As Kelsey Adams takes a big dive to her left, but is unable to get anything behind it. She's been so good in that fielding position, and just unable to carry that through, and letting her bowler down on that occasion.
Just uppish for a moment. Elation of catch, but it was not really an opportunity. Tunnicliffe, who's the only fielder that's really close in, too straight for that option to be afforded to her.
Kelsey Adams taking 2 steps off that inner ring in the covers.
Punched down the and he sets off immediately. There's a shot, a non-striker's end, and comfortable in the end for Pryor.
That was a very nice looking cricket shot. She's so good at presenting a full face of the bat, and that on drive is something quite spectacular. So it goes out for that single to mid on. Good fielding for her own bowling there, Nasipho Vezi. She's so slow through the air that I think it's really difficult for the batters to make contact on the ball when they're trying too hard to hit the ball.
That one will be a wide. You cannot force it
Mm.
when batting against Vez. If you try and force things, more often than not, it's gonna come up short from where you want it to go, whether it be direction or power. You've almost got to be patient enough to wait and play that fine slice that we saw earlier.
They're just playing that hard into the covers for no run. And as you said, Dev, is that Nosipho Vezi has been so good 2 weekends ago against the Dolphins. Both her wickets were caught, and that was by batters trying to go after her too hard, one being caught at long on and the other caught behind by the international keeper Delieda. So that the pace that she bowls is difficult to play.
Jenna, tomorrow's tickets are on sale both at ticketpros.co.za and at the stadium. 20 Rand will get you in. I want us, if we can, during the course of the server, to talk about some of the steps that have been made to improve the professionalism in the women's game as we begin a new over. Glorious sweep shot there, and just one available. 91 for one now after 21.1.
Yeah, there have been some really exciting changes made to the women's game at provincial level in South Africa. 2 seasons ago, the introduction of contracts into the provincial setup.
Gives herself some room, and this will be guided down to the third man region. There's not enough pace on it, but one will be sufficient.
They had initially started with just 5 contracts per top 6 provincial teams in the women's setup, and that's now moved on to 11 full-time contracts, and some of them definitely enough to live off of.
Sweep again, but 45 in the ring.
The contracts are on a tier basis. The contracts are like on a ladder.
There's levels,
Yeah,
if you will.
levels.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. The top contracts are very good, in my opinion. Yeah, so with that introduction of the cricket of the contracts means that the provincial players that are playing in this setup don't have to work another job in addition to their cricket. They can play cricket full time, and I think that's improved immensely over the last, I would say, 4 or 5 months since the contracts have been in play. And it's really going to be exciting to see what it can do as time goes on.
This one just on the knee and pulled away, as we saw the cover sweeper making her way out there.
Yeah, we see other countries playing leagues in their countries, like Australia with the Big Bash and England with the 100. And those leagues are really big. So the introduction of tickets into the provincial setup, tomorrow being the first time ever tickets being sold for a women's provincial game, is really exciting. And hopefully that can build into something like a women's SA20. There's the global cricket tournament happening in January next year, with the Titans, Easterns, and the Lions being involved in that tournament, with 2 international players in each team. So that's really exciting, and that's a start. And a couple of steps have been made to level the playing fields between women's and men's cricket, but there is still a lot of work to be done. But it's a good start so far.
22 overs gone. It's 93 for 1, and we'll have a change in the bowling. Or perhaps not. She might just be giving the umpire her jersey. It's rather Tunnicliffe who will be bowling with her hat on. She took her hat and jersey off and signaled as if she was going to bowl without either, and then returned her cap, almost like the West Indian captain Anisa. So bowls with a cap on.
Yeah, Faye Tunnicliffe is such a versatile player. As we spoke a little bit earlier, David, you mentioned that she kept for the Proteas for a little while. She then moved on to bowling quite quick pace on the ball. She bowled a really mean bouncer. I've been hit on the head by her once before. And now she's turned to off spin. So she's a creative player.
Variety is the spice of life, it seems.
Indeed.
She begins a new over. Tucked up onto the leg side. And that's exactly what I've been baying for, is to have a mid-wicket. You just off your screen, still on the square. It's got 3 fielders out. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, and then a cover sweeper.
Fielding change. Kayla Reinecker moves from mid on into that mid-wicket position. Maybe a little bit more brave to squeeze in closer to the bat.
Short and pulled away to backward of square, where they'll look for 2 and not get it. You've got to run that first one so hard. What do you think the impact of the national women's team getting to the final of a World Cup means in terms of not necessarily this level, but the grassroots and fielding teams that are not just reliant on the same players year in, year out, but increasing the talent pool as Kelsey Adams comes into the ring off the goal boundary?
Yeah, I think it's had a huge impact. And we just see a misfield at backward point, but Mangele just picks that up and gets it in, keeps it to a single. A huge impact that women's final. And when South Africa hosted that, it was really exciting. I was involved in a high school girls tournament in Cape Town at the same time, and we had the opportunity to take the girls team that I was coaching at the time to go watch the finals. That was really exciting.
Extra flight there from Tunnicliffe, and a half shot as this one will go to a shortish, very fine leg, almost where you'd have a leg slip if they were on the ring. Coming off the bat, as signaled by umpire Yuri Sodler, or absence of signal by that, signaled by not signal. Adams is back on the boundary. Very fine sweep there as they'll come through for a single, and this is exactly what they did the Fidelity Titans. They needed to rotate the strike, and they've done that very well this over. Just a number of singles.
Technically keeping it quite quiet so far. Yeah, I remember walking into Newlands earlier this year in February for that World Cup final, and as I walked into the stadium, the amount of people who showed up to watch women's cricket was actually quite emotional for me, because I remember walking in and I just started crying, because it was so important for the country that our women were doing so well. And they deserved it because they played so well leading up to that final. I mean, the semi-final against England was unbelievable cricket. And unfortunately, they weren't able to hold on to the win in the end against Australia, who were just too good. But it was a really good showing of female cricket, female sport in the country, and it's just taken off. And that was what caused this professionalization of senior provincial cricket.
Full toss there to begin the over.
So yeah, and it has shown that young players coming up through the system, through the pipeline, that there is a career in cricket. Yeah, it's really exciting seeing youngsters wanting to play cricket from primary school level.
Drop catch, drop catch. It was a tough one. Full toss again, hit quite prodigiously, and she might think, Buerta, that that was an opportunity that's gone a begging. Again, another opportunity. Was almost immediately that we saw Gemma Buerta putting pressure on Kayla Reneker there with that opportunity to take the catch. Again, it goes to Reneker there. Half chance that one to Reneker, or do you think not really an opportunity?
It did bounce about a meter short, but definitely the two almost opportunities straight after each other has created some hesitation. And lots of energy from the dugout, from the Western Province dugout, after this over so far. It's kind of picked up the energy in the middle.
Sniffing something is on the offing here. Another full toss there, and Kelsey Adams, who's been throwing herself around the field here, manages to get the ball away as well. Really not hesitant to put her body on the line for her team here. 23, 24, 24 overs concluded. 99 for one. The scorecard was slightly hesitant to update, but 32 apiece for these two bowlers as they've put on 65. So what do you think is necessary here, Jenna, for these two to go on and really make it count? Is it an acceleration at this point, or with nigh on halfway gone in the game, just continue where you are, rotate the strike, 5, 6 runs to the over?
Yeah, I think for the next 6 overs, just until they get to that over number 50 mark, just to keep rotating and then work from there. As soon as the second batting power play comes into play, there is a chance to accelerate a little bit more from there.
Sunny Clip coming around the wicket.
Yeah, having said that, though, there are only 3 fielders out on the boundary with a deep cover, cow corner, and deep backward square leg. So the power play might not make too much of a difference in the field setting.
Down the wicket, and Reneker is busy again. Almost seems like there's only 4 people fielding for Western Province because the ball seems to be going to the self-same people. Reneker, Adams, and Mangele are almost exclusively the busiest fielders on the park here for Western Province. It's a good delivery, and it's good use of the feet as well. It presented half a chance, and what a use of the feet there to get the 100 for Titans. Good cricket all round.
Yeah, very good shot there by Catherine Price. She's looked so good so far this innings, and not being afraid to use her feet and go after the ball, go over the top, which has been exciting.
Caitlin Weingard with that opportunity the previous delivery. In this one, going to Mangela, it was a full toss, and the umpire at square leg, our umpire at the head observer end, Adele Lowe, not saying that it was a no ball.
Yeah, Catherine Pryor missing out completely of that full toss.
And again, this time there is a single on offer as Reneker makes a good stop there and gets the ball away. She's just rubbing her rib cage where the ball has hit her. It's never a nice feeling.
No, it's not, but that was really good awareness from the Titans. An early call off the midfield allowed them to get through for that single, even though she got the throw in quite hard. Change of field, just protecting the over. Extra cover, deep extra cover comes in, and long on, long off, cow corner and deep square on the boundary. Protecting the over. Played softly out to that same mid-wicket region, over to the very busy Kayla Reneker. That's the end of the 25th, 104 for 1.
Partnership 70 now on the board. And if you are Western Province's captain, Leah Jones, put your mind into her mind, put your feet into her shoes, if you will. Where's the wicket coming?
Look, we saw 2 chances from Gemma Buerta from the Hinop River end by changing it up, bowling full tosses. And there were chances there, as we've seen the Titans batters being nice and patient off and stock delivery that's turning into them off the off spinners. Just goes with the full toss again. This time, not a chance, but they do come through for a quick single. That's good running there. Early call as it goes out to that vacant short third man position. But Leah Jones really quick to the ball.
Is a change of bowling necessary, or are you happy with the continuation of the spinners?
I think I am happy with the continuation of the spinners simply because they aren't going for a ton of runs with a rate achieved only 4.1. So I'm not too worried about bringing in the less experienced pace bowlers who we saw had a really hard time up front, not able to control the ball, bowling a lot of extras. So to keep the spin on now, to contain the 2 batters out in the middle is key, and then to bring the paces in at the end to try and make something happen.
Much better this time. Much better this time from Buerta. Better line and length from her. Not allowing these 2 to rotate as freely as they have been. Change of the field. Deep extra cover going out. It's a bit of a half opportunities. That one's lofted for but a moment to the ever busy Kelsey Adams. That one just allowing them to get a single through the slight misfield, through the legs. Number of full tosses is concerning as we conclude 26, 107 for 1. Concerning from both parties because Western Province will say, it's a lovely surface here. Let's utilize the surface. The ball is turning a little bit, so let's utilize that for our favor. And the Titans will say, but you're not doing much with those full tosses. There's a number of full tosses, and it's not always easy to get a full toss away. Nevertheless, you've got to capitalize on an opportunity like that.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Robin still just preempting that final delivery, deciding to go down the wicket and then the ball coming in that full toss region, and kind of like getting herself into an awkward position. Had she stood still, maybe a different story. So you see long off, long on, cow corner and square out on the boundary for Katie Pariah. Tunnicliffe continues.
Darting that in there is Tunnicliffe. You'd expect her to bowl a much fuller length to utilize these 2 fielders at long on and long off as protection. Another full toss and another missed opportunity for the Titans. They'll get through for leg byes, presumably. No? Umpire Yuri Sadler not indicating as such. It sounded like quite a thud onto the pads.
Yeah, a bit of a bottom edge onto the pads as it went out to square leg for that single. Another field change as both long on and long off come into the ring. So just the 2 out on the leg side for Robin Searle. Western Province definitely more defensive against Pryor than they are to Searle.
Immediately setting off their pride with good calling, good awareness, putting pressure on the fielder to make sure that she got through to the other end. Statistically, in women's cricket, there's far more runouts than the men's game. Obviously, the inner ring is a lot closer to the bat than in the men's game, and the ball also coming through a lot slower, and so it gives fielders a lot more time to react. But it's the risk that you take as a batting team with those quick singles. Necessary but risky.
definitely needs to be fielding change. Cover sweeper goes out.
And I wonder with the number of fielding changes, whether or not it's intentional planning or is it Tunnicliffe being Tunnicliffe and trying to just mess with the heads of these two batters, long on making her way out onto the boundary, long off staying in the ring. Knowing Tunnicliffe is she's a very very intelligent cricketer. She knows exactly what she wants to extract. This one will just get through for a single. So the end of 27, 109 for one, as we see off of your screens to the left-hand side. There are some youngsters that are enjoying the cool water of Castle Corner's pool there. You tempted to go dip your feet in?
No.
Not yet. Not yet.
Luckily we are in the shade today. But yeah, it's not too bad just yet. Just to talk about the field changes, I have noticed that at the end of every single over, the fifth and the sixth delivery, there's been a field change. Leah Jones protecting her bowlers' overs very well, putting the fielders into vital positions.
Full toss in the air. Oh, that's an opportunity that's gone a begging. They'll run through for two and think about a third. It won't be so. Sinele to Yaso dropping that catch, and two drop catches will have your coaches with hands in heads. Catches win matches. Cannot say it enough.
Yeah, definitely. She dropped one in the third over of her own bowling, Simone Lawrence, who went on to score 19 after she had a really good start. So Western Province pulling it together nicely, bringing the run rate down, but a dropped catch like that is definitely a missed opportunity.
Now that's a surprise. She's pulled away very late there, has Catherine Pryor. Surprising that there hasn't been a conversation. It reminds me a little bit of an interaction with Sophie Devine in the Women's Big Bash. When that bit of a chirp came from Sophie Devine, and I don't think I'd want to be in the middle of that conversation. But umpire signaling no damage done. That one is another quick single. And, with catches and opportunities to take wickets coming so few and far between, you've got to say that everyone counts.
Yeah, they definitely do count.
Goodness me, that one floated onto Robbinsville. She gets a single there. Almost want her to throw everything at it and smash it out towards mid-wicket, but the mind plays tricks on you. Yet, not yet, as there's a change to the field with cover going out. And Kelsey Adams once again in the mix of things to last ball of the over.
Yeah, Adams has been really busy. She's thrown herself around there in that cover region.
Pitched up there, utilizing the surface. Kelsey Adams once again, like a magnet onto the ball. And at 19 minutes to 12, it is 114 for 4 after 114 for 1 rather after 28 overs. I was perhaps being a little bit optimistic if you were a Western Province fan. My apologies. 80 is the partnership.
Yeah, just to talk about the running that has been happening between Pryor and Searle. They've been very aware, especially when they're playing in the inner ring, to take the quick singles. Catherine Pryor, I would say one of the fittest players in the Titans team. She runs a lot. She puts in the hard yards. She's in the nets often. And, she's been the main core playmaker in this partnership in terms of quick singles and looking for those extra runs. Whereas Robinson a little bit slower between the wickets, but always keen to look for those runs and to bat along with her partner.
The perfect foil. That's a full toss, and that's a no ball as well. It's been pulled onto the onside, and so an opportunity to really give it hammer and tongs, as this one will be a free hit. change of the field is permitted because they have changed the striking better. Where would you like this to go?
Definitely over cover. That would be the ideal region, as long on and long off are out, and there's no fielder on that cover boundary. And that's exactly what she does. Uses her feet, another full toss, and it goes over extra cover for 4. And a brilliant show there from Catherine Pryor, taking full advantage of that full toss and getting another 4 to her name.
That takes her to 48 runs, and that's why you have such brilliant commentators, because you know what, we can foresee the future, it seems. Punch down the ground. Good fielding there by Tunnicliffe to cut that one off.
Yeah, and it just shows that when Tunnicliffe is landing the ball using the pitch, that she's able to restrict these free runs, doing the fielding of her own bowling.
Much better delivery there, much better. The first ball and this ball were her two best thus far in the over. Just utilizing the surface here, not trying to force things. You've got to use your left arm when bowling. That's often the fault, as this one is bunted away down to 49 for Pryor. And I think that's something that some of these players have been guilty of, is, you know, with the heat, you fatigue and you're not using their left arm to pull hard and get through the action. And thus the full tosses become more prevalent. Good attempt there by Tunnicliffe to try and cut that one off, but it allows an opportunity here for Searle to retain the strike. She's not interested in getting her partner over that 50 mark in a hurry, but she has her own score to worry about. 29 gone, 122 for 1.
Yeah, with that over being quite vital, 4 runs from it. It was really good from Catherine Pryor, using her feet on that free hit delivery and playing a beautiful shot over extra cover. Brought her up just 1 away from her half century. It's really exciting for her to knock on and move forward with her game. We see a bowling change from the Hinopshover end. Caitlin Weingard back into the attack after her first over, going for 13 runs. Renee Lawrence being the attacking batter at the time.
What do you attribute the bowling change to?
The full tosses. Definitely the full tosses. The spinners have not been too consistent in using the wicket out here at Super Sport Park. And if Caitlin Weingard can bring it together and hit the deck nice and hard, be consistent, that will definitely be a change from the spinners. Deep square cow corner, third man and cover on the boundary.
There's a lot of conversations about the bowling and where they want their fielders to be. Around the wicket and a lot of width there, but of fortune, as I might have been inclined to stretch out the arms there, but the umpire's not interested. But I think the key here for the Western Province women, with Weingard coming around the wickets, they've got to look to go across the right-handers and perhaps maybe tuck in 1 or 2 deliveries straighter to extract something closer to the stumps, to maybe extract a leg before. Lovely delivery, good line and length there. And I think the inclination when you see a fielder, or rather a bowler, coming right arm around the wicket to right-handed batters, you want to pull it onto the onside, but with her angle coming across the stumps wide of the crease, it certainly will force you into making those errors, as we see Deleda coming up to the stumps.
Yeah, interesting to see the keeper coming up with the varied bounce.
Backing herself, as this one will be guided down to that third man region. Mangele cleaning up, and now the opportunity stands before us for Pryor to score 50 runs.
Yeah, as you said, the inclination is to go across the line, Robin, so fighting against that. and playing that out to the third man region, which gives her partner, Catherine Pryor, opportunity here. There's 3 balls left in the over.
No change in the field. She's continuing around the wicket to Pryor. And she pulls the handbrake. Bit of almost a roller coaster that you've climbed up a high incline and then suddenly it flattens out at the top. We'll once again get the opportunity to seek out a milestone here. Short, pulled away, racing away to the boundary. Catherine Pryor, in a dark moment for her team, comes to the fore to shed light on her team's performance. Wonderfully batted today, and a deserved 50 runs.
Yeah, really well deserved. She hasn't gotten a lot of opportunity at the top of the order in the last 2 seasons, so this is really exciting for her. As I was saying a little bit earlier, she's one of the players in this Titans team that puts in the most work, and she really does deserve this conversion. Put away in style.
Yeah, a bit of a freebie there from Weingard, a short delivery and vacant space between deep backward square and third man. There's nobody really in that region. Much better delivery, a huge shot from the players, but presumably pitching outside the line of leg stump.
Yeah, definitely with the right-hander coming around the wicket. It does take LBW off the cards slightly, and Catherine Pryor won't be too worried about that crashing into the front pad.
There's certainly a conversation worth having about whether balls that pitch outside of leg stump should not be considered for leg before. But it's one for you and Mpendulo to have when you do have your commentary change. But 30 overs gone, 127 for 1.
Yeah, a good comeback there from Weingard, as she struggled a bit in her first over. She went for 13 in the first, and just 5 from her second here into second spell.
Crucial that now that they've gotten a start from the Fidelity Titans, that someone's made it count, and hopefully as well Robin Searle is able to get to a milestone. Is there a time for a Pryor 100?
I hope so. 100 from anybody is really exciting to watch, and it's a wonderful milestone to reach a professional level, let alone.
Up over the top, and that'll race away to the boundary. A half chance, Tunnicliffe was in the air, but not falling. The dice not falling the way of Western Province. 2 drop catches and a really difficult chance there for Tunnicliffe.
Yeah, and she is a tall player, and coming around the wicket, it was almost an opportunity, but just didn't get the height and the jump. But a wonderful shot in face of the bat presented by Robinson, and no chance by the straight fielders in the ring to get that one.
Down the wicket she comes again, but not able to beat the field. There will be a single though in the end because of the fumble. And congratulations coming from the Titans dugout.
Slightly tired piece of fielding by Weingard at mid-off. Not been super successful so far with the ball. His body language seems a little bit down.
Much better this time from Weingard rather. Maybe overthinking her over, and that's that repetition of what did I do wrong, where could I improve, why did I do this, and there'll be a change now in the field as Weingard is perhaps banished but dismissed to short fine leg. Captain Leah Jones taking over there at middle.
Using her feet again, Robinson, but tucking it out to the leg side. Pryor wants the double, but still sending her back.
100 up in this partnership, and it is through the no ball from Tunnicliffe, which is really a cardinal sin for an off spinner to be bowling a front foot no ball. The next one will be a free hit. You predicted the last one. Where's this going?
I wanted to go in the same direction. Same bowler, same batter on strike, and looking for the same result over that cover region. She almost gets it right, but with the full toss, trying to give herself some room, but playing it straight out to Captain Leah Jones at long off, and they'll just get a single, not the boundary that they were hoping for.
For my mind, I would want her to come and give herself room down the leg side almost to give herself room through the offside, flat batted over the bowler's head.
Still uses her feet, really nice on the ground out to long off for a single. And this is the nice strike rotation that's happening now. A little bit of a change, not risky strike rotation. This is easier, getting easier for the two out in the middle.
Crucially, they're not allowing but Deleda being up to the stumps to bother them.
Looking for that single in the inner ring, but Catherine Pryor unable to use her soft hands to her advantage. We have a commentary change as Mpendulo will join me until the 40th over. 31 gone, 137 for one. The partnership of 103. Robin Saw on 45. Catherine Pryor on 55 runs.
Yeah, a couple of free hits as well in that over, Jenna. Yeah, you guys have been having fun here with David, seeing all the explosiveness happen with all the runs being scored. It's just been steady going now for the Titans as well.
Yeah, really calm, clinical batting by the Titans players out in the middle, as they've constructed their innings, in my opinion, quite well. As Weingart will continue her spell, her third over from the Hennock-Shriver end. Robin Still, the player on strike, with the third man out. Deep backward square leg, cow corner, no one in the ring on the leg side, square off mid on. Mid off, two in the covers, point and third man. She goes straight and it's defended down the wicket.
Seems like she's found her lines here as compared to her first over. Weingart really going too straight. Simone Lawrence pounced on those gifts. But even now, if she had to go straight, she has the viable protection. Power plays long gone. So your deep fine leg, your deep backward square, and that mid wicket will ensure that she's protected.
Or she goes short and straight, and Robin Still bisects the fielder at a fine leg and deep backward square. And that was really well placed. A loose delivery by Weingart, but taken advantage of by Still. That's 4 to her name, just one short of her half century.
You know when you buy fences in your house, but the spaces are just too much, and it allows the thieves to creep in still. That's exactly what happened there. Beautiful placement from Robin Soul, but again, the lines from Weingart really questionable. And I wonder why she hasn't come back to around the wicket from those three deliveries.
She goes straight again and Still takes this around the corner. And she'll get one out to backward square leg. And that brings up her half century, a really well deserved by the Titans skipper, as she lifts her bat up to the change room. And she'll be really, really pleased with that.
So back-to-back 50 here at Centurion, doing it against the Dolphins, taking her time with it in traditional Robin Soul fashion. 95 deliveries to bring it up, just to show how patient she is. Just 5 boundaries from that 50.
Oh, beautiful shot there by Catherine Pryor. She opens the face of the bat and finds space between point, who's backward point, and cover Kelsey Adams, and that races away to the boundary. Very well played there by Catherine Pryor.
And Kelsey Adams has been phenomenal at the cover region, diving for everything. But this time, even she couldn't stop it, nor could Leah Jones. Phenomenal placement. Just giving too much width this time is Weingart really, really trying to find her races at struggling.
Yeah, the youngster really not finding herself here at Supersport Park. As we see a field change, third man comes up into the ring, and Kelsey Adams out on the boundary at cover. Down.
Have to protect those squares if your bowler's being this wayward. She still has 2 more balls to go.
There's a much better line and length as it's defended by Pryor. if a bowler is able to stick to one side of the wicket, then it's easy to set a field to. But with her bowling a little bit like a sprinkler, spraying it out all over the place, different line, different length, every single ball. I'm sure it's difficult for Captain Leah Jones to control and set the field for her bowler. She goes lofted and this over the head of the skipper Leah Jones, but she puts on a really good chase and she manages to prevent the ball from rolling over the rope. They're looking for the third, but Catherine Pryor adds 2 more to her total. That brings the end of the 32nd over, 146 for 1.
Strong stroke there from Pryor. Really taking on Weingart, who's low on confidence from that over and from her entire spell, actually. She's bowled 3. She's gone for 29 runs. That's well over 9 runs to the over in a game where the team is scoring at half of that. So the pressure really is on the youngster. But luckily enough for her, it seems like there's enough options for the Western Province to try and protect her.
Yeah, definitely just spraying it out and releasing the pressure that was created by the 2 spinners when Tunnicliffe was bowling initially with Gemma Buerta from the Inopshove end. They really contained it and the run rate was just over 6, but now since Weingart coming back into the attack, it's gone back up to just over 4.5 and over.
And what won't be a low run rate is tomorrow's game, that T20 match. Of course, the tickets are live on ticketpros.co.za, going for as low as 20 mini bucks to come and enjoy professional cricket play by ladies here who are looking to break in to that women's South African team who got to that final of the World Cup. So it shows that the quality of cricket that we're watching here, Jenna, is nothing to be making fun of, especially when you can see it right in front of you. 1 wicket gone after 32 overs. It's 148.
A wonderful shot by Searle into the covers, but Tunnicliffe too good diving to her right, and there's a direct hit at the striker's end. But Catherine Pryor is safely home. A bowling change from the West Lane in Kayla Reiniger replacing Faye Tunnicliffe. She gives a single off her first ball.
Complete cricket. That was definitely worth more than 20 runs. Good ball, good shot, great fielding, direct hit, good running in between. Still, complete all-round cricket. They moved to 149 runs now, and Kayla Reiniger is also switching ends here.
Yeah, definitely well worth and worth even more than 20 rand per person for tomorrow's T20 game. Pryor using her feet and just getting the single out to mid-on. She's been so good at getting the singles in the inner ring, picking out the players who are sitting on their heels.
Strike rate speaks for itself. 62 on 80 deliveries. If you compare that to Seoul, on the other hand, yes, they are playing different styles of cricket as they bring up their 150 runs as well. On the other side, Seoul, 96 balls for her 51 runs.
Yeah, setting her team up to look at a total of above 200, well above 200, hopefully.
At this rate, Jenna, 250 is even in the question here for the Titans. There I saw even 270.
Using the feet and going hard over mid-wicket's head. There's a dive out in the deep, but Gemma Buerta unable to get hands on that as it just rolls past her over the rope before Robin Searle looking attacking now in these middle overs, taking full advantage of a terrible full toss by Reiniger.
Rare mistake from Reiniger as well. You can see she's not happy with herself. She's having to contend with something different because the slopes are very much different from the Hennops River end to the West Lane end. She now switches on, coming around the wicket.
Lands at this time and so quickly a really good call straight off the bat as it goes out to Leah Jones and they go 3 for 1 to finish off the over. 33 gone, 155 for 1. And a really wonderful partnership here by Robin Searle and Catherine Pryor. 121 runs.
Superb work from both Searle and Pryor, taking apart the most economical bowler of the Western Province in Reiniger. maybe would have kept her in the same end because she was doing so well and at the Henops River end. And we saw that the bowlers were having trouble in controlling that end as well. But the comeback, that full toss is unforgivable, especially bowling it to a player who's been there for well over 90 deliveries.
Yeah, 100%. As another bowling change, the youngster Gemma Botha is brought back from the Henops River end. Her spell was cut short when Caitlin Weingard was brought back into the attack, but she was unsuccessful. So they're turning back to the economical spin from the youngster. So she'll be off to Seoul.
And with Solan Pride really starting to let loose, I understand the movement from Leah Jones to bring her south.
Just playing that around the corner. Too easy there from Seoul, too straight and too full by Botha and allowing that easy single to happen.
As we see also, Jenna, two fielders outside of the ring. I didn't see the umpire's signal. Did we see the umpire signals? Power play? Guess it's not the power play still, just a choice for the Western Province as we see deep point go out.
Using her feet well and beating that player at cover. Kelsey Adams manages to get to it. She covered a lot of ground in the end, but the Titans players come through for a double. Takes the score up to 158.
Very much the best fielder for the Western Province in today's efforts. He is everywhere as Kelsey Adams. Also phenomenal with the bat. We get to see her.
Or going on the reverse sweep, but unable to make proper contact there. But that's exciting from Price. Do something different, looking to attack that vacant third man region as the player in the ring behind the bat is at short 45 on the leg side. Using her feet, doing what she's good at, and playing it hard down the ground, but good fielding of her own bowling, Gemma Botha.
David called for a reverse sweep around 20 overs ago. Where's the reverse sweep? Here it comes. It was mistimed, but there's still that big gap at that third man region, so the shot is there.
Yeah, but they can't afford to plug that short third man region as Gemma Botha is bowling a little bit too straight for that. And, this one goes out to square leg just for one.
Seems also here like the Western Province have lost that sting.
Using her feet and plays it beautifully. Robin Searle drives that full toss between extra cover and mid off, and that will get her another 4 to her name. That's the end of the 34th, 163 for 1.
Robin Soul has her eye in here now. She's starting to move her feet. She's starting to get the gaps. She had her eye in a long time ago, but the problem was she just wasn't getting the gaps. The shots were pure. The timing, the sound from the bat was beautiful, but so was the ball landing into the hands of the fielder. So now, after being there for over 100 deliveries, she's able to place her gaps beautifully, and she'll want to eventually convert one of her 50s into a triple score.
Yeah, and she's been really patient. It shows a lot of character because often in the beginning of a batter's innings, when they're hitting fielders like that, they try and do something rash, which she hasn't done. Really calm, quiet, but really sensible innings that she's played. Starting to accelerate now.
And like we were saying, an orthodox batter, when she's got her stride going, they look absolutely magnificent. And she's been nothing short of exquisite today here, sir.
So has Catherine Pryor. There's a shout by the international keeper, Babette de Leerde, as Pryor wins on sweep. And what the Western Province players thought was an edge due to the keeper, but the umpire just showing a wide down the leg side, having none of that appeal. Perhaps a language barrier.
Perhaps. Oh! But another various them trying to get this wicket. But they survived to the Titans.
Yeah, they've been running really well between the wickets and shows again a little bit of a chance there by the captain Leah Jones, but well run in the end by Pryor, who slid her bat in really well. Big push forward at the end of that single. Using the feet still, but Andre Steyn too good at mid-on to give away a single.
So sharp. Just looking at how they are all walking in, you can see the difference in that intensity.
Oh, a chance there for Reinica as Zil was airborne on that double step straight drive, but putting it down there. And that's the third drop catch that we've seen. The fourth opportunity,
One of the harder ones out of the ones we've seen.
but definitely not impossible. Long on comes out onto the boundary, and so Zil is able to get an easy one.
Wouldn't understand why they gave away that one. They're keeping up the pressure well. It's not like Sol is looking to go over the top. Just keep it here.
Definitely giving away that single. Shorter, but Pryor pulls it out and bisects the field on the leg side. Cow corner and square leg had no chance there. It was well struck by Pryor, and that gives her 4 extra to her name. Catherine Pryor goes to 70. That's the end of the 35th, 170 for 1.
No reason to give Robin Sills the single. Absolutely no reason. Because Pryor is the aggressor. Gets the lines, gets the lengths wrong. Reinecker gets punished. And we see the end of over number 35, which also coincides with drinks. It's 170 runs for 1 here. Robin Sills really doing a fantastic job. A fantastic captain's innings at the top, 62. And Pryor supporting her at 70 runs. What you can do is also support the Proteas, who will be boxing their way against India on Boxing Day Test match on the 26th, which will be live here at Centurion. So get your tickets at ticketpros.co.za. Make sure that they do not run out. Remember here, always remember Jock Callis scoring his maiden 200 runs here. One of the biggest. I was watching it at home, never thinking I'd ever commentate here. And you don't want to miss out on memories such as those. So get your tickets today at ticketpros.co.za.
Alrighty, welcome back to Supersport Park. After the drinks break at 35 overs, Gemma Buerta back into the attack. It's full and still uses her feet, looking to go hard through that mid-wicket region, but unable to beat Vezi. Uses her feet again, this time over the head of Nosipho Vezi, and this is running hard to the boundary, but very good fielding by Mongele at cow corner. She covers a lot of ground to get that one, and the Titans batters go through for 2.
Brave batting from Robin Soul, having that short mid-wicket there just for that ball, but she takes her on over the head.
She goes again, this time through the covers, and that's a wonderful cricket shot here by Searle. So far, after the drinks break, 6 runs in 3 balls. And that brings the total up to 176, halfway through the 36th over.
It's definitely upped the pace, and now, Jenna, I really believe the power play has been taken. It's the last 5 overs prior to over number 40. Time for the batters to really take it on because it is the batting power play, and it's beautiful because they both well set here. 87 balls, 108 balls. Seeing it like balloons.
Shorter and cut out to point, but the skipper of the Western Province team putting her body behind the line. Interesting with the 2 batters set so well out in the middle that only 2 players are out on the boundary. And still goes hard once again over mid-wicket's head, and that's more convincing than the second ball of the over as it races over the boundary rope for another 4.
The sound from that shot was a gunshot from Robin Soul. She moves into her 70s now, racing against Pryor as she overtakes her. What a shot.
Another full toss by Buerta and a misfield at mid-off, and that'll allow the Titans batters to go through for a single, and will bring up the end of the first over after drinks. 36 overs gone, 181 for 1, the big over of 10 runs.
We just come from drinks here, and it's lunch breaks down at Newlands, and James King is fondly waiting for us to give us an update.
It is lunch here at Newlands in Cape Town, and Western Province are on 158 for the loss of 2 wickets. After 34 overs, the wicket to fall in that truncated morning session, play only getting underway at 11 o'clock. Daniel Smith was run out for 73 of 84 deliveries with 14 fours. Big mix-up with his partner, Mo Valley. Western Province lead by 249 runs. Valley still there in 61 with him. Valentine Kitime on 10. Partnership between Smith and Valley was 136 for the second wicket. Western Province looking fully in command here at Newlands. For CSA Digital, this is James King, the Cape Fox.
Thank you to James for that update at Newlands. We've had a bit of a fielding change here at Supersport Park as Tatum LaRue is on for somebody, perhaps an injury or a little break. Robinson looking to use her feet but deciding against it in the end as she tries to tuck that around the corner but is unsuccessful. Mangele is off the field after a good piece of fielding in the previous over. Still uses the feet again, but it crashes into the pads and goes out to 45. There's a direct hit, but Catherine Pryor well within her crease in the end.
Showing the confidence that they have in their partnership here as Robin Soul and Catherine Pryor. Also showing the confidence that they have in just the field placing as well, that they are placing the ball into good areas, showing that they are in the ascendancy, unlike their male counterparts down under in Newlands.
Pryor uses her feet and plays it hard down the ground. Andrew Steyn doing the work at long on. 3 fielders out in the boundary, long on, cow corner, and deep backward square.
Definitely within the power play, not allowed more than those 3 fielders in that batting power play.
Soft hands by Searle, plays it out to that vacant short third man region as the skipper Leah Jones comes round from point to collect that one.
It's great work here from Catherine Pryor and Robin Searle, really taking it on for the Titans. They notch up a 150-run partnership as well with that single, Jenna.
Or she goes on the reverse, standing upright, and plays that really well, really inventive and creative by Catherine Pryor. And that'll give another 4 to her name and to the team's total.
They really taking it on now, yeah. The heads are dropping, the shoulders are dropping from Western Province. They seem to be the ones who are sinking in the Atlantic Ocean now. Titans rising strong. Robin Sill leading from the front. Catherine Pryor, she is there now, taking the lead also. It's like an interchange. Who's going to get to 100 first? Who's going to get to 80 first, 90 first, 100 first?
Yeah, Western Province just showing that they're tired. Even the skipper, Leah Jones, to collect that one from the boundary, was walking out and walking back into her position. So definitely a drop in body language out here. Tries to go across the line, but misses it completely.
Small chances like that can open up the window of opportunity that we now see. The end of that over, 37 completed. Dead bang in the middle of the batting power play would only last 5 overs. It's 188 for 1.
Yeah, really good show by Catherine Pryor there in that over, just accessing areas that are unconventional. And we know she can do it. And I'm glad that she's spread her innings so far that she's playing those creative shots deep in her innings. So she didn't give too much risk early on. But now that she's seeing the ball, as you said, Mpendulo, like a balloon, she's able to play those creative, unconventional shots.
And you saw even a short delivery. She took her time with that reverse sweep. It was a reverse pull, if you may say. But here, Nozipovezi continues with her job as she replaces Gemma Botha. It's kind of expensive, Botha, in that last over. Looking to keep it in control. One of the better bowlers in the circuit in Nozipovezi.
They're just 21 from her 5 overs in her first spell. She's changing ends. Her first spell was from the Westland end, this time coming from Henop Shriver. Crashes into the back leg of Robin Sill, but definitely too high there. Not even appealing.
But she was doing well in her first spell, Vezi was maintaining the scoring, pushing the balls wide outside that old stump, making it hard for the batters to get singles, making it hard for them to get boundaries. It's just that every now and then she dropped that full toss, which is easily dispatched, which is why her economy is going at over 4 runs to the over.
Still uses her feet, goes in the air. There is a fielder out, but it drops just short of the substitute fielder, Tatum LaRue. And that was a good field placement from the captain, Leah Jones, as the first ball Robin Sill looked to go in that region and did miss, but the second opportunity was protected there by the fielder at long on. Just 3 outs on the boundary in the power play, deep square, cow corner, and long on. Everyone else in the ring. And goes straight Catherine Pryor, but on the ground, and just goes through for that easy single. Nozipovezi is bowling to her field.
Much, definitely, definitely. And this time she's going a bit straighter too. Like you're saying, that leg side field, all standing in the boundary, and that short mid wickets just lurking over there for the one that might pop up.
Pulling out and pulling up the handbrake, as Dave would say.
And speaking about that field placement you're talking about in long on, it's also a good thing it's Tatum LaRue because she's a tall lady. She can cover the ground well, and if they're looking to take her on, it's going to be a risky situation.
Hit hard into the covers. They go through for the single. There's a direct hit, and Robin Sill does not even put the bat down to get to the other end. And that'll be the end of her innings. A wonderful innings, just taking on the inner ring one too many times. Andrew Steyn, the experienced player on the ball.
She knew, Robin, the moment she sets off for that wicket that she's not making it home. Halfway down the line, she's like, oh, it's Andre. Oh, she's deep in. She's walked in quickly. She's sharp, and she has been dismissed. But she's been taking those singles well. Her second highest score of the season. She'll be disappointed that she couldn't convert, but 75 from 117 deliveries is still a mammoth effort from the captain.
Yeah, and she set her team up so nicely, playing that anchor role so well, taking her time to get going and then starting to accelerate. And you can probably hear in the background of our commentary a big applause here for the Titans skipper, Jacques Fall, the CEO of Titans, giving a loud round of applause behind us, which is really exciting to have the support of the Titans office staff in the stands.
Gonna get that support if you're going to be playing like how you are playing, and it's fantastic work from her. But now a change in the batting order. Normally we'd see Gandhi Jafta coming in at number 4, but the much more attacking and aggressive and flair playing Aya Amogelang Mapangula walks in.
Yeah, this is an exciting change to the batting lineup, as in the past the Titans have not been too flexible in changing their batting order, but it's exciting to see the youngster out in the middle. Catherine Pryor just throwing hands at that and finding a leading edge as it bobbles out to point. Luckily bounces before the captain, Leah Jones, at point.
It's very important now for Pryor to take the mantle for just a couple of deliveries, if need be, a couple of overs, just to calm the partnership into the innings. Don't want to lose 2 quick wickets.
And she gives herself a lot of room on that occasion. It's very clever batting, looking to access that part of the field where the fielders are on the boundary to maintain strike for the new over, as she plays that out to Kelsey Adams at cow corner for 1. It's the end of the 38th, 191 for 2.
Very happy Western Province. Out of nothing, it was pitch black. They find a glimmer of light through a full score from Robinson. However, that was one too many. It's 191 for 2. Titans still very much in the upper hand, considering the fact that it was Western Province who elected to bowl first.
Yeah, Robinson leaving her team in very capable hands out in the middle. Catherine Pryor looked an excellent touch as she takes on the fielder at mid-off, but not able to get that direct hit, and we almost saw an identical run out.
She was gone, Jenna. She was gone. Just as we're talking about having that patience, working yourself into the innings, she nearly gives it away to Tatum Leroux, as we were speaking about. Sharp, strong arm as well.
And she's also fresh off the bench. She's the substitute fielder on for Mangele, so she doesn't have heavy legs as the other players might have. Amogelang Mapangula with her first ball of the innings, just playing it straight back to the bowler.
Speaking about heavy legs, she has light legs, Mapungula.
She goes hard into the covers but finds the fielder and the skipper Jones at point.
She also has a light bat, Mapangula. She's very free to swing that blade hard every single time she gets a chance to do so.
Yeah, she definitely plays with a lot of freedom. Full toss, and she goes on that sweep shot, and there's an opportunity to beat the fielder at backward square leg, and she does just that and takes advantage, gets off the mark with a very stylish boundary.
Overpitched that time from Reinekam. She hasn't really found her mark from the West Lane end, and I wonder why she persisted and continued. Uncharacteristic of her to go at over 5 runs to the over, but here it is. And it's not because the batters are taking her on. She's just not finding the areas.
She changes her angle this time, comes over the wicket to the right-hander Mapangula, and finds a good line and length there. And Pendulo, as you were saying, none of the Western Province bowlers have really found too much consistency besides Leo Jones at the beginning of the innings. Mapangula goes across the line, and this time we'll just get 1 to the fielder. There's a misfield. Weingard struggling today here at Supersport Park, and that's very good running by the Titans in the middle as they managed to come through for the second on the last ball of the 39th over 198 for 2.
Phenomenal work. We're talking about 250, 270 being on the cards. 270 definitely on the cards as things stand here. Looking at Mapungula, who just walks in. Kandi Jafta, who found good reign of form recently. Tebogo Macheke, who was recently called to the SA emerging side. Van der Heuvel, there's still Tap who can swing the blade as well. Of course, there's no Elise Marie Marks. But still, that doesn't mean that the team doesn't have strength. So there's a lot of batting power for the Titans here to maximize.
And without Elizabeth Marks out in the middle order, I think the top order have taken a really wonderful opportunity here, taken responsibility. Fire tries to go hard, but finds the fielder at mid-wicket. Field set, long on, cow corner, deep backwards, square leg out on the ring. 1 over, this is the last over left of the second batting power play. The Titans will be looking to take full advantage of one less fielder out on the boundary.
And also here, Jenna, speaking about the youth in the bowling lineup. We were speaking earlier on about Leroux not being in the match. Also losing a Dalmi Tucker and an Nadine de Klerk, who have been the strongholds in the bowling attack alongside Nozi Povezi for the Western Province ladies. So in times where you see partnerships like the one we've just seen with Sill and Pryor, that's where you need your leading bowlers, the ones with experience, the one who know what needs to happen to liven the team up and to break the game. Unfortunately, Western Province don't have these players, both Dalmi Taka and Nadine de Klerk, not, and they were here in the previous match where they won. So it's a readjustment for the ladies from the Cape.
Oh, she goes hard. Tatum Leroux is out on the boundary at long on, but it bounces before the tall, fast bowler. Substitute fielder, but they get through for a single. And I think another thing that the experienced bowlers bring into the attack is the ability to move past an error. And certainly Caitlin Weingard was unable to move past that first over that she went for 13 runs. Chipped out and somehow misses all 3 stumps and the keeper's gloves and goes out to a vacant fine leg region. They'll get through for a single, which brings up the 200 runs for the Fidelity Titans, 200 for 2 with 1 ball left in the 40th over. And big applause from the dugout and change room for the Fidelity Titans.
Extremely strong innings here from the Titans, going at 5 runs to the over.
Pryor looking to chip over, but finds the safe hands of Angie Stain at mid-off and unable to carry her bat through the innings. Catherine Pryor had a wonderful time out there, 79 with 99 deliveries, which will bring in the batter, Tebogo Macheke, as well as a commentary change. We're going to change now as the wicket falls. David Midgley will be replacing me.
What an anticlimactic end to the batting power play for the Fidelity Titans ladies. 40 overs gone, it's 200 now. They've lost 3 with their 2 set batters gone. And you must also get yourself set, just like David Midgley is getting set next to me, to come much more entertaining cricket tomorrow. It's the ODI today, or the 1-day match, going at 5 runs to the over. So you can guess what a T20 will go like at the stunning Super Sport ground here at Centurion. 20 rands per ticket at ticketpros.co.za.
Looking forward to that game indeed. Back at the 1-day game, 2 deliveries prior to my joining you on commentary, I thought this is an opportunity. Final 10 overs, the Fidelity Titans, lots of wickets in hand, set batter, and boy oh boy did it go against the run of play. And so the Western Province women now have an opportunity to keep this Titan side quiet for the final 10 overs. A little bit of extra width there, and they'll go through for a bye.
Now, the issue here, David, is that this is Reineka's final over, and there's still 9 left after this.
You would think with Jones having 4, so there would be your option as well. Where else do you think the bowling opportunities are going to come from?
It's probably going to be Jones for Vezi for her three because Vezi will definitely finish her overs. That leaves two more into the bag. Ooh.
And with Weingart going at nearly 10 to the over, you probably think that's not your best option. Tunnicliffe returning, Boerta with one.
Bosa had a tough final over in the ninth, going for over 10 runs to that over.
But with two new batters at the wicket. An opportunity to maybe just squeak away that one without much fuss.
And on top of that, you two have two aggressive batters as well, especially in Mapangula, who might open up that opportunity when they look to strike. So it's a lot of things to play with here for Leah Jones. But the one thing that will give them confidence is that they did get those wickets.
Pitched up this time. Not able to break the barrier on the onside. Just the two out. Those fielders at deep backward square mid wicket. Renica with two balls left in her spell. Carbon copy of the last delivery.
I like this approach. I like this approach. Squeezing the field, not giving them runs, looking to force them to go over the top to create those mistakes. And what I always don't understand is the pushing of the long on and long off, where you can give them that single, because neither of them are giving threats that they're going to be hitting the ball that far off.
Yeah, they've changed their mind here, have the Western Province ladies. Sending Kelsey Adams out to take cover. And that's exactly what they've done. It allows Mapangula to retain the strike as she gets a single to long on. And at the end of 41, 202 for three.
David, you've got two new batters at the crease. You have to squeeze them. You can't give them free runs. If you make them think that they want to hit, let them hit big. They're not in the game. The pitch has a little bit of tricks with its variable bounce and its low nature. But Kayla Rainicum, she finishes her spot of overs, had a tough time coming down the West Lane end. 48 runs, couldn't get a wicket.
The question about who will conclude these final 9 overs is going to be a fine balancing act for Captain Leah Jones. There's a deep cover out as well as deep mid wicket and deep square leg. Easy to start the 8th. A little bit of extra wood slapped away through that cover region. The fielder that was out there in the deep, not able to make ground to cut it off, and it's a boundary. Welcome for the Fidelity Titans.
A gift from Nozipo Vezi as well. Short and wide. We are talking about the slow nature of the surface. You don't want to drop it short because it's just going to stand. Man, did it stand. And she took it home there, Macheke.
Much better line, much better length as well. Not as much width on that off stump or just outside line. Not nearly as short. He's been more intentional about pitching it up in that last one. Played across the line there. Perhaps not the right shot for that delivery. But as you can see, Macheke on strike at the moment. Mapangula is really interested in taking as many quick singles as possible. She's looking like a track runner loaded into the starting blocks. Extra width again, but this one will go all the way along the ground. Cleaned up there in the deep.
And she gets that single that you're talking about there, David. There's no need for her to run too hard. Easily placed from Macheke, and I'm happy that Macheke didn't look to overhit that ball, didn't look to create something out of nothing. The Western Province are giving enough room for the runs to be scored.
Long on, going out to the boundary. Big hoof at that one, but no real threat to the Western Province ladies. Batter straying out of their crease reminds me a little bit of Mitchell Stark and Tina de Brain. That Mitchell Stark giving a stern word in a test match to Tennis de Bruin, saying it's not that hard, stay in your crease. And Mapangula showing that it's exactly that. That's wide and wrong balance there to try and hit it comfortably through the offside. And it ends up being toe-ended.
I remember that very well, that moment with Tennis de Bruin. He was halfway down the track, David. He was halfway down the track, but Mapangula making sure that she stays true. Over number 42 coming to an end. It's 208 in the bag. 3 wickets gone, and they still have 7 in hand here, David. A lot to work with here for the Titans, but balls are running away.
Captain Leah Jones deciding that it will be her that takes the onus with ball in hand as we begin the 43rd. And if you were captain, right decision or just too early?
Seems like it's the correct decision here. Honestly, it seems like it's the correct decision. She'll be completing and bowling the most crucial over, which is over number 49 as well, which will put pressure on the batters for over number 50. So her job now for these 4 overs is to control the innings with the same deliveries she was bowling at the start of the match, because those are the deliveries where Mapungula will think that she can hit them and create those opportunities.
So to just give you a picture of where everybody is on the proverbial chessboard of the field, you've got a short third, point, cover, extra cover, and your mid-off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, and fine leg, who's also very square. Jones to begin a new over. Too much width, and that slashed away through the covers. Glorious stroke. Just lathered it through that offside, and it goes to the boundary for 4.
Too much width, way too much width, and not at that length, David. You can bowl width if it's going to be really full, bouncing on the crease, hard to get away. But when you're giving it that much length and that much width, a gift for a batter as talented as Mapangula.
Well, particularly since you've thrown everybody on the leg side out onto the boundary, you've got to bowl straight. Again, some width. This time not getting the footwork that she would have liked, did Mapangula. She almost got to come across and chase it, if you will, to punch it through that offside. But certainly there's an option for it, as the change of the field means that the cover sweeper goes out, Kelsey Adams, and fine leg coming into the rim.
That's a field change that just makes sense. I was about to say they must bring someone at the sweeper if she's going to continue bowling that much of width, because it's making your leg side field is redundant at the deep.
Slashed away, backward of point, it's another boundary. 2 from the over, and that'll race away.
Easy shots, easy pickings. Again, too much width there from Leah Jones. The best thing that she can do for herself as the captain as well is to actually bring in that mid wicket and throw 2 fielders on the offside to the deep, because now it's a matter of also trying to defend the runs in as much as you're trying to take wickets here.
I wonder if another solution could be that if she's going to have everybody out on the leg side, that you've got to come very wide over the wicket so that the angle is towards the leg side. Pulled away onto the onside, and 2 fielders converging to collect that, and they'll just get 1 for it. It's much better line this time from Jones.
That's exactly what you were talking about there, David. Making sure that the angle is sharper so that they make use of this landscape which is on the leg side. Because the lines that she was bowling really didn't make sense with the field that she has. I love the fact that Jenna next to us is also agreeing with your input.
This one will just be 1. And I wonder whether or not another option as well is Mapangole and Macheke could actually consider batting perhaps on an off stump and walking across the stumps to maybe just bunt it onto the onside. Soft hands, and you could get 2, possibly even 3 if you place it well enough.
And it's a big leg side field as well here.
It's pitched up there. And again, I wonder why not bat instead of on your traditional center guard. Maybe you shift the way that Jones has to bowl. End of 43, and it's 218 for 3.
Like you said, David, this is a proverbial chessboard. So you must play it like a chess match. Move your piece and move yourself as the piece in a nice enough space where you can go onto that attack and dismantle what the other opponent is doing. And the key thing here is that if they do it against Leah Jones, against the captain, against the lead of the attack, where are the rest of the bowlers going to look to if she is getting taken apart?
Yeah, it's an important question that you ask of your opponent. So we have 4 out, long on, who's not quite all the way, about 5 or 6 meters in, who does the fielding now. Deep extra cover. You've got a mid wicket and a deep backward square as well. Everybody else is in the ring. You've got to, as a captain, you've always got to almost seek out the mind of a Gary Kasparov or a Magnus Carlsen if you're focusing on chess mentors. Just had a big wicket that didn't connect it. We're not just cricket commentators, we're ladies and gentlemen of class. We also are aware of what's going on in other sporting codes.
Of course, of course. But now it's gonna test the elo of Leah Jones here. How high is it? Can she decipher what's happening on this field?
Outside edge. She didn't really want it to go to that short third, but good awareness by Western Province to just snuff that one out. It was Sineletu Yaso who
Well,
struggled with the ball, but aware in the field.
and on top of that, it's nice that finally they do put a third man in place to stop those runs here.
Now that's exactly what she would have been looking for. One bounce, and that'll be 4 runs. Glorious stroke. She got the right timing and placement, and gets a boundary for herself. 22 runs now from 17 deliveries.
Nothing speaks I am in control and I am confident than a shot of authority and strength in front of the V. Taking it on, taking it over the top, and getting full results here is Mapangula.
Striking at over 120 at the moment. And it's copy and paste. This one is a little bit to the right-hand side of your screen, but it's exactly the same result. And once again, the umpire, Adello, wafting the air as the Titans collect back-to-back boundaries.
We can only sit and marvel at the batting here from Mapangula. Now really putting the pressure on Vezi, asking what must she do? Vezi must bowl the same lines she was doing in her first bout. Very wide, very full, because right now she's being taken apart and forcing a fielding change.
Yeah, it's long on and long off. Who are out with covers coming into the ring. Bit of in-nip there to shape off the surface, and not the result that she would have wanted from that over. An expensive one, 9 from it. And after 44, the Titans home squad here, Fidelity Titans 227 for 3.
Capitalizing on that fantastic start. We've been speaking about how brilliant Robin Searle's anchor innings had been on the top, and then Catherine Pryor supporting her in the middle for that phenomenal partnership of over 150 runs. Now it allows Mapangula to play her game. There's not that pressure of saying, oh my God, I need to play and preserve my wicket, preserve my wicket. Even if she loses her wickets trying to attack as the coach, you won't be mad at that given the situation of the game.
Right, so a slight change from the previous Jones over. Fine leg in the ring, and the sweeper out on the offside. She's going to come around the wicket. And I wonder what she's seeking here, because she's got a short third in place who's wide, and if she comes wide of the crease across the right-hander, then I'm struggling to understand why she's got fielders out on the boundary. If she does come quite close to the umpire, perhaps there could be merit in that.
Straight lines, maybe?
Coming wide there, and this will just be bunted down the ground for a single. Why I'm saying that is, if she's coming wide of the crease, the natural angle as the right-hander will to come quite wide of the right-handed batter. As a change in the field once again, long off, turns and jogs to the boundary as Chelsea Adams comes into the ring from that cover boundary.
See. To me, this makes sense. Pushing the field as much as you can for Mapangula because she's very much on the attack.
Pulled onto the onside. Just a couple of bounces as they think about a second. There was hesitation, there is, but the throw's not good enough to really put these Fidelity Titans ladies under pressure. There was a yes, no, and then a yes.
The yes came from that very wayward throw coming in from the deep. Not really strong enough for having the legs to make it back in time from Mangele. But here, as the Western Province, I'd be much more keener to bowl to a Macheke than I'd be keen on bowling to a Mapangula. So I'd be doing everything I can to get her off of strike.
Wide and hooked across the line. It's high in the air. Will she take it? Comfortable catch in the end. Underneath the ball. No stress. And Andre Steyn has her second catch in the match.
The moment it was in the air and I saw number 66 on the back, I was sitting in comfort, knowing that the ball will be cupped in comfort. Andre Steyn, one of the best around in the field for the Western Province, dismisses Mapangula, who was looking to take the charge on, but not enough legs to beat the long on. She's gone on 28 from 21 deliveries.
Yeah, that's the fourth wicket now for the Fidelity Titans. And could this be the start of a micro collapse from the Sky Blue ladies? A shake of the head from Jenna. But you never know. Gandhi Jafta will be the new batter to come to the crease. She was the hero against the DP World Lions in that T20 game at TUT, in which that game could have gone either way, and it ended with a fielding error through the legs for the ball to go for four, and all they needed was four.
That was kind of a heartbreaking moment for all Lions fans. You saw the reactions from the Lions fielders who felt like they had it in their hands. And that's what a game changer and a game breaker does for you, which is what Gandhi Chafta will be hoping to be in this particular game.
230 now for four, and then Gandhi Jafta coming to the wicket with a little bit of license, you might expect. Swinging her arms and making sure she's ready to go. No change in the field as yet. I'd be tempted to bring in square leg for the new fielder.
100%. She doesn't have a lot of time to get herself in like she normally does. So if she goes on the attack right on the go, it presents huge opportunities here for the Western Province.
Full toss and just guided away to that fielder coming off the boundary.
Would have brought everyone in on the leg side to keep bowling to her. But she gets the easy single. Very defensive mindset from Western Province here, still not changing the field.
Run rate 5.2, so it's accelerated from where they have been. Short, wide, slashed away. Lovely shot there from Macheke. Just leaned back and helped it away. Glorious stroke for four.
Looking to rush Macheke there was Leah Jones punting it short, but such was the control from Macheke, just guiding it over the top, using those whipping wrists to guide it over the top off backward point. Stunning boundary, no protection there. They move to 235.
Immediately the call of yes. She knew she wanted to retain strike, and after 45, it's 236 for four.
Fabulous batting here from Tebogo Macheke. Absolutely brilliant. She's a busy batter, always running up and down, always looking to score actively. You can see now she's on 14 from 13 deliveries. And what I like most about her is that she's not constricted to what the ball gives as to where she must score. She can manipulate the ball wherever she wants to, given those really flexible wrists. And you understand why South Africa are looking at her as an identified talent.
Absolutely. And if you want to score, you can expect a revamped atmosphere for tomorrow's T20 game. Tickets for the T20 series on Sunday are available at ticketpros.co.za, and for added convenience, they can also be purchased at the stadium. Full toss on the one knee, and she just hammered it away to the onside. What a way to begin the over for the Fidelity Titans.
Seems like every time we talk about this T20 game, David, something always happens in the following ball or in the following series of deliveries, just to ensure and to make you see that we are not lying about the quality of the cricket.
Tried to replicate that one, but going a lot straighter this time. And well, I presume the home union would want us to punt the T20s every single delivery if those are the results that they are seeing. This is by no means a slow-paced game. A lot of cross-batted shots here, but they're proving valuable. Good work in the deep there. They immediately settle for a single and then go for that second. So good running by these two.
The slow nature of the surface and the slowness of this as well. It's much more easier to generate power through the square, through a cross-batted shot, and if you're a Mapangula who has enough strength to just hit it over the straight.
Well bowled and well fielded. Put her body on the line there, did Vezi. And an opportunity she's taken there. Because boy oh boy, that could have gone really sideways. I think she slipped in the follow through.
She'll say she preempted the fielding position.
Yeah, she knew exactly where it was going, yeah. Going to the onside to try and hit through the offside, and that's the risk that you take because of the loss of power when you're stretching for the ball.
So what we were talking about the usage of the crease, David. I want to actually allude to that point when we were talking about it.
She just squeezes this away onto the onside. Then think about a second. There's going to be a second shy at the striker's end, but she's comfortable in the end. Bit of a risky move there because she's jumped over the ball, and if that had hit the stumps, that would have probably been added to the blooper reel. 46 gone, 244 for 4.
We did say Machek is a busy batter, always doing something. She's looking at the ball, amazing awareness. Definitely would have gotten herself in trouble if the ball had hit the stumps. But she survives to see the last 4 overs coming through as Nozi Povezi sees a close to her spell. She bowled 10. She took 1 wicket, but unfortunately just lacking the economy that a team would have wanted, going for 49 runs. It leaves us with 4 wickets, or 4 overs remaining, 2 of those to the bowler on hand, Leah Jones.
She's going to come around the wicket. Just pulled away onto that onside. They immediately set off for a single. They really wanted that second, but that pressure in the field from Western Provinces allowed them to just not allow the Fidelity Titans ladies to siphon runs as easily as they have.
Nothing to moan about, having Macheke back on the strike as well. Now it's going to be a matter of her looking to take on Leah Jones, which won't be an easy task unless Jones just gives her those balls, which she's has a tendency of.
And there's a bit of a warning. We spoke about Tennis de Bruin and Mitchell Stark, and Jones now having a word with Jafta and saying, it's not that hard. Stay in your crease.
Stay in your crease! Stay in your crease!
It's not an R. Ashwin there. Not an R. Ashwin moment. You could see R. Ashwin, 26th December, as South Africa take on India at Supersport Park for the Boxing Day test in 2023. Short and pulled away onto the onside. Hit too well to think about getting 2.
It wasn't the T20 you talked about, David.
No, that's why they only got 1 for
a single.
For the test match. Tickets available at ticketpros.co.za. And the new home of the Boxing Day test, Supersport Park. Always so well supported here. Test cricket when India come to town. There's also an SAA series that will be on the go, and it was two years ago that during that SAA series in Bloemfontein that we saw the blossoming of Marco Jansen, who immediately was then thrown into the test series. And boy, oh boy, did he have a wonderful welcome into the test arena. It was here where him and Jasprit Bumrah had quite a heated incident, if you'll remember, taking a bullying good Bumrah from Marco Jansen.
And at that time, Janssen was still an anomaly. It's like, who's this 2 meter left armor bowling at 140 plus, bowling to a person who can retaliate with his own 140 pluses?
The exuberance of youth means you forget about consequences and just go out there and throw everything to it. We're hoping to see a lot of youngsters put their name up in lights. Jafta nearly looked like she'd had a false start there, as she was halfway down before the ball was even hit. So perhaps a track runner in her own time.
Taking lessons from Mapangula, who was doing Usain Bolt things with her bat. But also, speaking about that India series, we saw the emergence of Marco Jansen, but also the incredible rise of Keegan Peterson. He's just scored a century last week.
Dropped onto the onside, shot the striker, then she hits. And the umpire, Dello, is not interested. So 47 gone, 249 for 4. It's an opportunity, particularly for this SAA team, having still not yet concluded their West Indies A tour, inbound tour, to really cement a space, because Shukri Conrad is hamstrung, if you will, ahead of that New Zealand series, because it overlaps with SA20. So guys that traditionally may not find themselves in the squad could find themselves in the squad, and particularly somebody like Dane Pitt, because of his success in this recently completed game, 11 wickets. He's come out of nowhere, really.
And some of them were magnificently set up. It was brilliant spin bowling from Dane Peets, using his conditions for him. And also on top of that, Reynard van Donder coming in, knocking his door, 50 runs on both innings. So the quality in this SA stream of cricket is immense, and you get a chance to see the creme of the crop, especially with the Indians as well. You see the best of their players too, coming for the Boxing Day Test match here at Super Sports Park. It's going to be electric.
Absolutely. Book your tickets at ticketpros.co.za. So spin and a reverse sweep immediately. Gandhi Jafta living fearlessly, swashbuckling, if you will, with her last over.
Didn't have a good time in the 9th over there. Just went for over 10 runs.
And if you want to have a good time, join us tomorrow as we bring you T20 action. Fidelity Titans playing host to the self-same Western Province women. Tickets are available at ticketpros.co today. That's a glorious delivery. You thought for a moment that a full toss was on offer and Jafta was going to send it into the Airlink little aeroplane here. Not to be. It just dipped at the last moment.
Been trying a lot of those flighted deliveries, failing at a lot of them, delivering a lot of full tosses.
And again, the conversation about trying to steal a run is forthcoming. It was a lot less blatant than previously seen. Short and pulled away, and it's an opportunity that's kind of begging there. Ball was in the air for just but a moment. And somebody who's had a really rough day today in the field, Yaso, an opportunity gone begging.
Just going to her left, not reacting on time, is the long fast bowler, as we see that little fumble going up to 250 runs for the Fidelity Titans.
Some concern that we've just seen in a bit of a replay on our side is Gandhi Jafta running down the danger end, and I'm sure the umpires will hopefully be aware of it and will make her aware of it. It's not something that you want to taint the game, as this one smashed away short, and she just gave herself some extra room. Lovely stroke, 4 runs.
Gandhi Jafta running on the crease to sponge up the pitch so that it can give that extra bounce to cut that ball. But I digress. That ball just bowled a little bit too short. We talked about that flight they give and the Hinox River end giving that extra juice to the bowlers. So that's that extra bounce that we're talking about. Beautiful cut shots from Macheke, who's really on song. And Gemma Botha now finishes her spell of bowling.
Yeah, she's bowled 10 overs, just those 46 runs, not able to pick up a wicket. I think this is crucial for Jones. This over is going to be vital because the Fidelity Titans would be certainly looking at 270 here from the final 2 overs. 254 for 4. 4 fielders out. It's a bit of a lollipop there from Jones. This one's knocked down the ground for a single. The 4 out are long on, long off, deep mid wicket and deep backward square. Trying to play a bit of a dummy there. The goose is the equivalent in rugby. The goose step. That looked like a bit of a goose step, a double bluff, if you will.
But it's one run that has gone the way of the Titans nonetheless. And this is the danger lady in Macheke.
Lifted up onto the onside. Just one bounce into the paws of Andre Steyn, awaiting those big mitts that she has, that she's been able to take the catches today.
And also very quick feet to get to that ball. She was also almost responsible for a run out. She was responsible for the run with Robin Sill. So she's a live wire. Don't want to take her on.
Jones round the wicket. Oh, there's an opportunity for a shout there, but perhaps just pitching outside the line of leg stump.
Not gonna work. You've been talking about pushing that ball across. Nothing to come back. Definitely, she's not coming around the wickets to take LBWs, rather to limit the damage of this run scoring.
And vitally, it's a dot, but I think that's well outside the line of leg stump where it's hit. Our angle doesn't afford us width on the offside, and just where our angle is, we're perhaps over the left shoulder of the long arm, to give you some context. So sometimes we're going to get our lines slightly off, but we're still able to bring you live women's professional cricket. And thank you to Dr. Fall and his team here at Supersport Park for the opportunity. More width there, and Gandhi Jafta looking forlornly at the umpire to say, but surely that was wide, and he'll say, no, when you come across law 22, the wide law says that the line of indication is the one that moves. Outside the reach of the striking batsman, I believe, is the law.
So brilliant.
Up and over the top, it's gone on the bounce, but they'll get 2 for it. Scamperting, no, they decline.
It's brilliant work that from the West Province fielders, really supporting their bowler. Leah Jones has put in a shift here. Phenomenal bowling efforts from the captain. Standing alone at the top after taking 2 wickets. She's given away 45 runs after bowling those 2 maidens earlier on in her innings. She will be happy with her efforts and hoping that the lady who will be in charge of the final over will be able to consolidate that penultimate one.
It's a bit of an interesting decision here that she's gone with Yaso. Perhaps trying to utilize or extract the extra bounce from the lanky fast bowler. I'm not quite sure why she's gone with Yaso.
It's going to be a very difficult one if she can't string this over together, because she bowls one over, gets taken apart, gets removed for basically the whole innings. She comes back later and she can't redeem herself because she doesn't have a chance. It's important that she gets her methods working somehow in the most important over of the match.
Everybody's in the ring, barring long on, deep mid wicket and deep backward square. 45 in the ring, and long off also turns and jogs. Andre Steyn going out to the long off boundary. Many wides in her singular over, so hopefully she can repair that. And that's the bounce she's looking for, straight into the hands We were not so certain of that decision, but it is one that has paid off, so Leah Jones has silenced us.
You were talking about it, David. That extra bounce is the reason why they brought her back. And we saw it give problems earlier on to Simone Lawrence. And this time, the catch has been taken, and it is the dismissal of Gandhi Jafta.
Somewhat of a muted response from the Western Province ladies with that wicket. I wonder why it is that she wouldn't be happy with that, or she didn't certainly express it with her body language.
Looking to get the job done, and also looking to finish the innings in time, I suppose, with over rates being a thing. You can see the Western Province are already standing, waiting for the next batter to be on time.
Gianni van Heerful, the new batter at the crease, taking guard. He's got 5 balls to face, so why not give it a good go, particularly with most of the leg side out on the fence. Slashes that away. It's backward of point. It's going towards the boundary. There's a lot of work here to cut that one off because this field is lightning quick. It's 4 runs.
Phenomenal shots. You would think that Van der Heuvel has been there for ages, having all the time in the world to pick that one up from here. So too wide from the left, from the bowler, too short as well as it nipped back in, but it runs for 4.
Yeah, the Renault Exco just enjoying that shot from the Titans ladies, Fidelity Titans ladies. They are having a splendid day. It's a glorious day here at Supersport Park, and thank you for joining us on this broadcast. Hello to all of the Western Province supporters that are with us on YouTube. And the hello is returned to you who are at the Wanderers, Western Province, Newlands, arguably the most beautiful ground in South Africa, just with the brewery and the mountain in the back. Home of the New Year's Test. Short over the head of the bowler. Not quite timed as she'd like, but nevertheless, she gets the result of a single.
2 more balls remaining now, yeah, so doing a tidy job here. That ball that was hit for a boundary did come back. It had some movement, but it was well placed from Van der Heuvel. So despite her going very badly in her first over, she's come back well here in her final over, yeah. So as we see that change in the field now, no third man anymore. She's short and a cover sweeper.
This one was pulled away onto the onside, but there's coverage out there to collect things. Kelsey Adams with a bit of a blunder, allowing them to squeeze a second in. The question then is, why has she only gotten the 1 over? Why, if you're going to take her off because she had a bad over, why not give her a spell a little bit later? Why do you think she's held her back?
Very good question. I wish I had the answer. I really wish. But at least now she has 1 more ball to close off this innings.
Pulled away onto the onside. Glorious stroke and no real worry about the run there. It's raced away to the boundary. And that is 4 runs. So at the end of 50 overs, after having won the toss and decided they'll have a field, the Western Province ladies bowled fairly well in the middle overs, but it was all Titans for most of the game. 268 for 5 off of the back of a wonderful performance from Robin Searle and Catherine Pryor. A magical partnership between the two of them, and probably the happier of the two sides in Pendulo.
Definitely. And after being put into bat first here, they'll be happy batting at nearly 5.5 runs to the over. It signals their second highest total in this season, scoring 275 in their first match. They're now on 268. But we never know if a score is good enough until the second team bats as well. The Lions were able to cover 264 when they played in their second game of the season, Will the Titans be able to defend this 268? They're going to need to bowl well, they're going to need to be disciplined, and we'll only find that out once they come back to chase this 269.
Yes, Expo is having a hell of a go here. Love it. Yo, it's hot. Is it me or is like when you walk here, it's like
No,
it's almost like hot air.
I'm getting sunburned. I have to put sunblock on.
You get sunburnt in
I
the
don't
shade.
know. I think it's like the reflection, but it hit me last time as well.
Fair skin. Who's our producer? Well, to be honest, I feel like we could go. I'm gonna wait for them to get more onto the field before we. I want them to at least be in frame.
Impossible stats.
Welcome back to Supersport Park in Centurion. Northern Gauteng playing host to the Fidelity Titans taking on the Western Province Ladies. My name is David Midgley and alongside me is Jenna Searle. The Western Province Ladies won the toss and decided they would field, and they allotted the Fidelity Titans women 268 runs to win. Jenna, right decision for Western Province or vindicated? Is
You
the
know,
right question.
initially I would have said yes, right decision. However, they put a really strong setting team into bat, which maybe they could have thought about it a little bit more carefully. Yeah, they didn't go about their business too well. They allowed the Titans to get away from them a little bit too much, I think.
First ball and we're underway. Defensive stroke, and this opportunity for the Fidelity Titans women to really put their foot on the gas here and continue with the momentum that they have in this competition. And you too could put your foot on the gas if you join the vehicle partner of the Fidelity Titans, Renault, whose expo here are enjoying their end of year function. Glorious stroke, just lathered it away. And immediately off the second ball of this innings, we have a boundary.
Yeah, Katie Tapp with a wealth of experience opening the bowling from the West Lane end. She's been playing cricket for a very long time. Started playing her cricket in KZN at the Dolphins, and then moved inland to the Titans. But the experienced player from the Netherlands, Babette de Leer, just grafting that one beautifully through the covers.
Pitched up, struck in front, and nobody's really interested in a shot.
Kaylee Tapp really able to swing the ball both ways. She's got a lot of variations in her back pocket. She'll be looking to use all of the experience that she has to get an early wicket. It's very important to break this opening partnership because it has the potential to get quite far.
Oh, that so nearly could have gone to the slip. Perhaps opportunity gone a begging, but it went so rapidly to the left ankle of first slip, and that'll go to the boundary for 4. So 2 boundaries in the serve, and it's an already expensive one.
Here, Catherine Pryor will be disappointed with that loss of the opportunity in the slips. Just to talk about the field a little bit, first slip in play, third man out on the boundary. Point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and square in the ring.
Just bounced awkwardly before Catherine Pryor at first slip. See what solution Kaylee Tap has. Back and across, and De Leerde is breaking somewhat of a tradition with wicket keepers when they bat with long sleeves as well as field. You might have seen if you were with us earlier in the piece that she had her long sleeve but no number on her bat, so perhaps needing a jersey but not able to get it printed. So when she plays her next home game, I'm sure she'll have that number on for her.
Ooh, beating the outside edge there. And Kaylee Tapp will be really excited with that late movement on the 6th ball of the first over. 8 from it. De Leerde with 2 boundaries to the name.
It's a very expensive first over, and they require 5.3 to the over, so 8 is a happy start for them.
They're definitely very happy for them, and the Titans will be searching for a break in the partnership as they've turned to the youngster Mona Lisa Lachodi from the Henopshire end. She too is writing the trick. So a break from the studies now that that's over. She can focus full time on cricket.
Fine leg, third man in place. Everybody else in the ring. Very wideish gully. Tunnicliffe, having already scored 100 in this competition, will fancy on a batting deck that has been helpful. She might lead her team to victory.
Oh, on the money, crashes into the pads, and it's given. Umpire Adele no sticks her finger up, and Mona Lisa Lachodi breaks this early wicket partnership.
I'll have to apologize to Faye Tunnicliffe there. That is completely my doing. I'm sorry, Faye. Glorious delivery, trapped in front, and the umpire had no thoughts about second guessing. A wicket early, and the expensive first over is one that turns into glory for the Fidelity Titans.
Yeah, unfortunately, Faye Tunnicliffe going off her first ball. The previous game that she played against the Dolphins, she scored 136 off 135. So she'll be really disappointed with the outcome of this one here at Supersport Park. But it does happen to the best of us. And the back of her will bring Andre Steyn to the crease. Lots of experience in the player who grew up playing for Northerns. It's now called the Titans.
An early wicket will certainly put the team under pressure. They'll need that experience from Steyn to come to the fore here.
She was part of the SA emerging team that played against Zimbabwe. She opened the batting in all 5 games that they played and unable to convert 230 odds into those half-century targets that batters aim for.
3 out of the 5 times being caught, which shows an opportunity for the Titans to really squeeze here, as the 40's already got a wicket with the first delivery of her spell. The field is unchanged. Finally, third man out. Lachodi from the Henopshire end. Just that bottom edge, or the toe end of the bat rather, on that one, and on the bounce to a Searle. I've got one with me, and the other one's out on the park.
Yeah, that was a good piece of fielding from my darling sister. We saw in the first innings the tight fielding in the covers by Western Province, and I think the difference between the 2 teams today is definitely going to be the fielding, as Western Province did get a little bit tired towards the end of the innings at a couple of fumbles.
That one probably going over the top. And the intensity in the field is something that we mentioned. Only really Faye Tunnicliffe being proactive in the way that she approached her fielding, but this entire side has been full of energy. They're just off your screen, but goodness me, it feels like they're inside the pocket of the batter. See the energy there. Captain Searle skipping towards her bowler, feeling confident, 8 for 1, and after a somewhat not disastrous completely, but certainly a concerning first over. Boy, oh boy, are they tails up. You would have heard the jubilation from the crowd here.
Yeah, a little bit wider there, and it's just played with soft hands out to Katie Pryor at Gully, who's calling for the helmet for the next over, asking the dugout, somebody in the dugout to bring the helmet on. I'm assuming for Tabo for Macheke.
You don't hope for a short leg in place.
You know, anything is possible with this team.
Cleaned her up. What a cork over delivery in Dhaka. And all that we can do is say, wow, wow, wow. An absolutely brilliant delivery. And that brings us to the end of Andre Steyn. She just left it and the furniture was dismantled.
Yeah, brilliant delivery by Monalisa Lachodi. She did not travel with the team to Kingsmead last weekend to play against the Dolphins due to school commitments. But she's come back in here at Supersport Park and she's really made her mark so far.
We might have to have a word with the headmistress or headmaster there because this is a certain gem for the Fidelity Titans. And I know that the coaching staff will be jubilant and smiling from ear to ear. So the end of Steyn, scoreless as well, and Adams will come to the wicket. 2 ducks, and the question is, where do they go from here?
Yeah, Kelsey Adams is definitely capable out in the middle. She scored 40 or 41 against the Dolphins 2 weekends ago. So she'll be looking to replicate that, if not knock on and get a couple more. But she'll definitely have to graft really hard, concentrate well against this ecstatic Titans team out in the middle.
Much better line and length there. After 2 boundaries in her first over, Tap rectifying things and just aligning them once again. The image that I have in my mind, and it's a bit of a strange niche one for kids born in the 90s, is those hard Bantax cases. If you remember those pencil cases, those ones in variety of colors. Outside edge, and it's gone to the left hand of first slip, but race away to the boundary for 4. A desperate dive there at first slip, but not able to get a hand to it.
You know, that's the second one that's gone past the left foot of Fire. She's standing at almost like a 1.5 slip. It would be good to see her taking a step to her left to go into that conventional first slip position, simply because of the line that Kaylee Tapp is bowling and the opportunities that she's given so far.
Yeah, I would be brave enough to say at 8 for 2, get a second slip in. They get 2 of them.
100%.
Maybe the skipper. And that one's wayward. To come back to my Bantax.
Yes. Surprisingly I do remember
Beautiful. Do you remember there was a small kind of container for your ruler?
Yes.
Yes. So that bowling just was like, okay, now this fits.
In the ruler spot.
Yeah, bit of an obscure reference. Very niche, but nevertheless,
You're a strange man, David.
it made sense in my mind. Tap to continue.
Interesting but strange.
Straying onto the pads, and she works that to square leg, but Titans ladies are too aware of her opportunity to try and squeeze it away.
Lahodi just can't stay out of the game, and she was the fielder doing the work there at square leg.
Pitched up, but no real fortune here. The Ladies got to take this chase by the horns. She's got to be the one to be the anchor for this side. 2 wickets down and 2 huge wickets, you would say. She's got to look to not only remain at the crease but also continue to rotate strike. All too often we see chasing sides just go back into their shell and not remain positive, and inevitably then they look up and the required run rate is 5 or 6 or 7 to the over, and they're only going at 2 or 3, and the game can slip away from you very quickly.
Especially with the freedom that she played with in the first over. It will be disappointing to see her go back into that shell you speak of.
Whipped away, backward of square. It's going to race to that fine leg boundary. It's a welcome boundary for the Western Province ladies. It is the end of 3, and it's 13 plus 4 for 2.
Slow board just a little bit behind us as we speak. But a little bit disappointing from the experienced Kaylee Tapp. Her first 2 overs going for all the runs so far that the Western Province players have been able to score. Mona Lisa Lahodi starting her spell with a double wicket maiden. Brilliant from the youngster.
Again, my question is, you're on top, why not put the foot on the throat, so to speak, and bring in maybe a catching cover or a slip between that gully and the wicket keeper? There is third man in place as well as fine leg. Definitely asking Kelsey Adams if she's going to go after the ball, she's going to have to go over the top. So there is some pressure. It's not as if they've just kind of let this game freewheel. If you're looking to drive your success, head on down to Renault, who are the proud vehicle sponsors of Titans Cricket.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see so many sponsors supporting the women's game. Many of the teams have sponsors in their names, Fidelity, Titans.
Strike in front. Perhaps going down leg side, but it's a very full delivery, and Kelsey Adams not really able to get into the right position to play that stroke. She almost looked like she had her feet in a bucket. It's kind of stagnant, and perhaps mindful that she looks up at the scoreboard at 17 for 2, chasing quite a large score.
Yeah, really stuck on the crease on that occasion.
Struck in front again. The umpire's unmoved once again. Adele Lowe's been busy. Everything coming on her end.
This is really exciting bowling here from the 4D with the natural in-swing coming from the flexible wrist behind the ball. And she's asking some really great questions of Kelsey Adams. 2 wrapped on the pads, and we're having a look at a replay on YouTube. And it did look quite straight.
Maybe just going down leg. Again. And
And
this
it's
time
given!
she's given it. Third time's the charm for the Fidelity Titans. 1, 2, and 3. Bang, 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 and you're out.
Mona Lisa Lahodi looking unbelievably good so far. No runs from her 10 balls yet, and 3 wickets from them.
Boy, oh boy. Duck, duck, duck. It's not going well for Western Province. Will there be a golden goose to try and return the favor of this game to that of Western Province? That's the end of Kelsey Adams. And as much as commentators like to use the parlance, it does bother the scorers quite a bit.
No, it definitely does. But with the fall of Kelsey Adams to the crease, Yandiswa Mangele as number 12 on her back, and she'll be looking to get more than a donut. Definitely more, but Mona Lisa Lehodi still 2 balls left in the over, and the way that things are going, anything can happen here.
And still 8 overs after this one. So it's going to be a baptism of fire for any batter coming to the wicket. The Khodi really giving the umpires a lot to think about, and eventually one's got to go your way.
And that's exactly what happened. 3 balls in a row that crashed into the pads of Kelsey Adams. The third one being given out by umpire Adele Lowe.
Sure, no other alternative when it was so convincing. Just maybe adjusting her walkie-talkie to get it on the right channel, or perhaps the volume not being loud enough. Just gonna hold and play here. Yeah, we were ahead of the scorers and the umpires because we've just heard the conversation. That's why there was a brief moment of silence as we were trying to overhear the conversation between Adele Lowe and the scorers. And well done to our very own Jenna Searle, who's just leading with excellence. Almost a carbon copy delivery this time, though. Mangela is able to get bat on ball, but crucially for the Fidelity Titans, it's another dot.
Yeah, Mangele is a very simple cricket player. She knows what she's good at, and she does that. She's good off the front foot, presents a full face of the bat. We saw her being really great in the field, and hopefully she can contribute a little bit here for her team with the bat.
Oh, just the in-ducking delivery, but it's defended away. End of the over. 4 gone. It's 17-3. Conversations that you hear out of the Renault Exco. Did you come in your McGann? So if you want your own McGann or any other Renault vehicle, connect with Renault, a proud vehicle sponsor of Titans Cricket.
Cody Tap will be looking to do something similar and not give away any bounds in this over. All the runs off the bat and the one wide to her. Next to her name on the scoreboard.
I'm just going through to the keeper harmlessly. What do you think the conversation in the dressing room will be for the Western Province ladies? Lots of time. Don't rush. Don't be reckless. You've still got the number of overs way in your favor.
Yeah, I think it will be something very similar to that, Dave. They definitely need to rebuild and be calm about the way that they go about things, not panic.
Cap with another good delivery. And applause from behind the stumps. Keeper in first slip.
Yeah, I also think it's really important that the batters at the crease don't dig themselves into a hole that's too deep to get out of. So while they're going about a calm, sensible innings, they need to be expressing themselves as much as they think and they feel is possible at this stage.
Just missing the outside half of the bat. And you made an important point because it is a kind of mentality that you feel like you're being enveloped by a boa constrictor, that every time you breathe, they squeeze you. And with everybody barring the third man in the ring, it really can feel like a claustrophobic environment. And so you've got to get singles or even boundaries to put pressure on the fielding side. And while you do need to make sure that you are defending and retaining your wickets, you have to look up at the scoreboard and note that, for example, at the moment, they need 5.6 to the over, and they're currently going at 3.6. And you don't want that to become a bridge too far. Bit of a small error there. Maybe intentional that she allowed that one to go through to her teammates. Maybe there was a shout of skip before it was let go through the legs of El Capitan.
She does look a little bit sheepish though, so I don't think it was 100% intentional.
Awareness of where your teammates are is a skill. Straight on the pads, whips this away, backward of square, very fine, and it'll roll away to the boundary for four. Much needed for the Western Province ladies. 5 gone, 21 for 3.
Yeah, Kaylee Tapp just unable to keep that outside the off stump line and just drifting too far and too straight. And she hasn't been too great at closing off her overs. We spoke a little bit earlier on in the first innings about how Western Province were very good at closing off and protecting the end of the over. And Titans have not done anything about that so far. Having said that, though, they are playing a much more attacking game in the field than Western Province were doing initially. Mona Lisa Lahodi, the main wicket taker of the day, the only wicket taker of the day. In her 12 balls, 3 wickets, no runs.
Struck in front, but that'll go well down the leg side. And CSA running a competition at the moment, Cricket South Africa, offering you the opportunity to watch the Proteas men take on India this December. You just have to follow 2 simple steps. Follow the Cricket South Africa WhatsApp channel, and then comment on on the post on their pages, their social media pages, with your city, tag a friend, and hashtag Wozana, where you can stand to win tickets for you and your friends to watch the Proteas in action. Glorious delivery. The line and length was there, but the slip was vacant, and they got some runs for it. Thankfully, there was, for the Titans, somebody down at the third man boundary.
Yandiswa Mangele has not looked too confident. She's looking very shaky out in the middle. But unsure, her feet aren't moving particularly well, her head falling over a little bit. She'll need to find her feet quite quickly to support the opening batter, Babette de Leerder on the other end.
Pitched up by Lahodi, but it was too good from Deleda to worry about that one. Bit of a half volley, really, and she's just whipped it away through that mid-wicket region for 4.
Yeah, she's been so brilliant, especially with those balls a little bit straighter on the pads. She whipped away 2 from Kaylee Tapping the previous couple of overs. She did exactly the same result to a similar delivery to Mona Lisa Lahodi.
A lot of conversations around the field here. Players taking the onus on themselves to try and assist the captain of himself with ways and means to continue the pressure that they have applied. Tickled away off the hips, and they'll get through for 1 comfortably in the end. 27 on the board, and they require another 242 for victory.
Yeah, with a run rate of 4.8, climbing slightly since the beginning of this over. So far, Western Province looking a little bit more comfortable as they're sussing Mona Lisa Lahodi out.
With when immediately Deleda sets off. The throw wasn't pinpoint. Nevertheless, a good one in the end. 1 ball remaining in the 6th, and Lahodi's finally having runs scored off of it. Was pure carnage to begin, but just in a third over, 3 for 6. Almost reminds me of, I believe it was Danae Fanikak who picked up 4 runs, 4 wickets many moons ago. It was a brilliant performance from her at that time, but Lahodi is showing her success and her skill very early in her career here. By restricting the distance, Yuri Sadler. And way too wide there from Lahodi. We've been guilty of commentators' curse here, or I say we, it's more me, Faye Tunnicliffe, Well, was the first victim, and then Lahodi now. The extras have been much better from the Titans than Province Ladies, and I think it's also what puts pressure on a fielding side when you have 10 extras in the first 10 overs. Glorious, glorious from Deleda. Whipped it away, another half volley, and she wasn't going to miss out there. 4 runs to end the over is 33 for 3.
Yeah, cricket is definitely a game of small margins, Dave. As you were saying, those extras, 10 extras from the Western Province ladies in the first 10 overs, but those small margins, just like a touch missing your line, does create a little bit of trouble for yourself. So you have to be on the money every single ball, focusing continuously. Perhaps Mona Lisa will be just losing focus a little bit, going a little bit wayward in her third over.
Cap will continue. The wicketkeeper standing up to the stumps, continuing to put pressure on Mandile. Short wide, and if he gets the toe end of that one, it'll go down to the third man reason. You'll have to assist me here, Jenna. In the women's games, do wicket keepers chat as much as some of the men's games do? Do the wicket keepers have a lot of words with batters while they're batting?
Yeah, I definitely would say absolutely yes. We saw in the under 19 World Cup, Karabo Meso, the young wicketkeeper from the Lions, having a lot to say behind the stumps. I wouldn't say that it's unheard of. Having said that, though, I don't know that the language used in the women's game is as colorful as it is in the men's game. Having
Okay.
played a little bit of boys cricket, men's cricket on a Sunday league, it's definitely the women's game is a lot more kind than men's.
Straying onto the pads. It's a wayward delivery from Tap. This will race away to the backward square leg boundary, and it's 4 more runs. Tap might find herself lucky to continue in the next over. She's been expensive. 0 for 26 halfway through her fourth.
Yeah, I think women naturally have a tendency to encourage each other, and I think because cricket has taken such a long time, women's cricket in South Africa, to reach the stage that it is at now. While a lot of players have that very important competitive streak in them, I do think that everybody on the field just wants cricket to grow and for it to become a competition. And while it's really exciting and good for teams to like run over the opposition, I think it is better for women's cricket in the country for games to go a lot further and to be well balanced.
Bit of indifferent bounce here. I think that's why they brought the wicketkeeper up to the stumps, knowing that from the west lane or pavilion end, that the one that just dies out the wicket could be the one that presents a slim chance of an outside edge. That's why the slip in your image is not as wide as perhaps she could be with a much quicker surface. Wicketkeeper being a bit skilled there and quickly collecting and pulling it back inside. Not worried about the wide line. End of the end of the seventh rather. 38 for 3.
Tebogo Macheke has some of the best hands in the country at the moment. She was also part of the SA emerging team that played against Zimbabwe the last 2 weeks. She didn't play too many games. I believe that Mika Derrida, the other keeper that was part of that touring team, played more games than Tebogo did.
38 for 3 after 7. The required is 5.4, and they're going at exactly that. 231 required more for victory. They've continued with Lechodi, ball in hand, and an unchanged field as well. She comes from the Henops River end. It's that inducking delivery that you've really got to be worried about, and it's the reason why those wickets fell in quick succession as they did. Was that one that trapped Kelsey Adams in front, and then before that, the furniture of Andre State being battered and bashed.
The bells did go flying on that one.
Again, it's that one that comes back in. And presumably they've got that widest gully type player in order to make sure that when that one that goes away is the option for them, that she's ready to pounce on any opportunities that represent themselves. Do you think it's going to be an inducker again, or will it be away?
In again, I reckon.
You've called it, and it's going to go too far in
Yeah.
for the likes of the Fidelity Titans, and it'll be singled wide, and they'll pick up 2 runs extra forward.
Yeah, I don't think the Titans will be too disappointed in the batters taking the double there. They would much rather be bowling against Yandise Mangele as opposed to De Vierda, who is on 33 so far. So while they'll be disappointed with the 3 runs given off the ball that will not be counted as a ball in the over, they won't mind that Mangele is on strike again.
Wide again, and then race away to the boundary. 4 wides. That is just a crime. After having started so well, back-to-back wides and a boundary in addition, just makes you really disappointed if you're a Fidelity Titans fan.
Yeah, and I mean, Mona Lisa Lefort started off so well with those 3 wickets initially to 2 maiden overs. But I have seen a trend. The young pace bowlers unable to come back after they've made an error. And that is something that they need to look at, go back to the drawing board. They have a long break now between this weekend's games and into next year. So they definitely need to look at rectifying that.
Much better delivery there, much better line from Mona Lisa Lefort. Mangele, not really certain about where she wanted to play that one. I think in her mind she wanted to get that through the offside, but the hands didn't quite come through in a way that would afford her that result. And that one is wide as well. So really expensive here from Lechodi.
Yeah, we have seen Tebogo Macheke put the helmet down behind her just to help herself, give herself a little bit more time and room to get to the balls that are being sprayed out a little bit by Lechodi.
Lechodi just bent over there. Wonder if there's a bit of a side strain that she's struggling with, just clutching her ribs. Hopefully she hasn't done herself a misdemeanor. That one comes back in, and that's exactly what she would have wanted. It's the one that produces the results that she seeks so often. Think there's something it's perhaps underlying that she's not enjoying?
Yeah, she is holding her right side, so it doesn't look good, but she's not slowing down the pace at which she's bowling.
Just a half stretch. Again, with Indika, and that'll be leg buys. Get through for 1.
Yeah, well fielded by Macheke, who did the work there. Bit of a slide to achieve that ball.
Would you be gallant enough to have a leg slip in place, particularly with Lechodi bowling those induckers? Or am I just a
Yes.
madman?
You know, 2 balls ago, I was thinking just that. Then I thought, no, that's probably crazy. But they have made a field change now. It's not a leg slip in play. Mid-wicket goes out to the boundary. 3rd man comes up into the ring. And Gully has gone to mid wicket. So short third man, point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and fine leg.
Glorious delivery there, right in the block, or delayed it, try to squeeze it out behind point. No luck there, and at the end of 8, it's 48 for 3. Deleda on 33, Mangele on 3, and this partnership were 31, and through those extras, it has opened the door for Western Province.
Yeah, we were singing the praise initially of the Titans team, a little bit better than the Western Province team in the first 10 overs in terms of extras, but they have proven us wrong. 12 extras so far in the 8 overs. A substitute fielder has come on. Catherine Cryer is going off the field. Lesedi Medisha has taken her place. Bowling change, Paulina Mashishi in from the West Lane end. She has been the pick of the bowlers with 9 wickets to her name so far in this season.
Again, I want to be that cowboy that says, let's get some fielders close in. Let's really put the squeeze in. 48 for 3 is still ahead of the game. Lovely delivery, pitched up in the block collars. Good fielding as well to back up your teammate there, Kaylee Tapp.
Yeah, I just like to correct myself. 12 wickets to her name, Paulina Mashishi. So
You've undersold her.
You definitely have.
Catch. She's claimed it. Yes. Just a simple bunt straight back to Mashishi. She's got lucky number 13. And that is another wicket for Western Province, falling 48 for 4.
Yeah, brilliant take. The bowling change, slowing the pace of the game down. Paulina Mashishi, 12 wickets, now her 13th, and this is excellent here from the Titans. The change created the wicket.
Looked like she bobbled it a little bit.
As long as you hold on to it, the wicket is the wicket.
Absolutely, and no problems from the umpires.
Into the crease, the skipper of the Western Province team, Leah Jones. She is not unknown for carrying her team through an innings. She'll really need to support her opening batter, Babette de Leda, at the crease. She's got a really good head on her shoulders, 20 years old.
Soft dismissals, or do you think it is the the crowd going mad here? Do you think it is soft dismissals or unforced errors, or do you think it's good bowling? Because it doesn't seem like it's really all that difficult for Babette de Leda.
Yeah, look, I think the first 3 wickets were really great bowling. Annalisa Laforde really deserved those. However, that ball from Mashishi, it was not needed. She played too early. She didn't read the pace of the delivery and fell short.
Good support here from the Supersport Park faithful. And you can come support tomorrow as Western Province women are visiting the Highveld and they take on the home side here. Fidelity Titans T20 action tomorrow. Get your tickets at ticketpros.co.za or you can get them at the stadium. Lovely delivery again there from Mashishi. And almost squared up Jones there. Made sure she had everything covered there.
Really convincing defensive shot.
Before the wicket fell, I said, why not get somebody in close to the bat? And I want to shout loudly, even more so, to really put pressure. 48 for 4, you've got a new batter at the wicket. Get somebody under the helmet, get somebody at leg slip. Down the wicket she comes, squeezed away in front of point. You should just get one for it, but you might even think twice as a batter if there's somebody at slip, because if you miss time on the outside edge, now you'll get almost 4 runs, if not 4 runs. But if there's somebody in the position, would there be somebody? No, there was just somebody backing up there. I thought for a moment we might see a leg slip come into place. Struck in front. No interest from umpire Yuri Sadler. The end of 9, it's 49 for 4.
The energy out in the middle is really, really intensified here at Supersport Park. The Sky Blues are really working through their way into what is looking like an unbelievable start. And the spin twins for the Titans, Gandhi Jafta into the attack from the Hinopshova end. She bowled really well last weekend against the Dolphins. She bowled 10 overs, 3 wickets for 50 runs. 2 of those wickets were LBWs, which has been the wicket of the day so far for the Titans, and the third one was bowled.
Yeah, the pressure here mounting on the Western Province ladies.
1 over left in the power play, square leg and deep mid wicket out on the boundary. Short 45 in play.
Too much with the wayward to begin from Jafta. That's why.
He's such an animated player, and I don't think she'd mind that. She's always willing to give anything a try.
Sublime comeback. That one was glorious.
Yeah, and
Donning her shades.
yeah, before the season, I don't think she even would have called herself a frontline bowler, but she's really pulled through this season with the ball.
That's just patted away. And they'll get through for a single. That'll be leg buys. She's not offered a shot. And I'm not quite sure what's happened there because the umpire signaled a change of decision and perhaps a dead ball. Because to me, she's not offered a shot and patted it away. You could ask the question, how was that? So I wonder if that will be a dead ball or not. We'll just have to wait to see. And the dot there. It also brought up the 50. Using times there. It's left alone through the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, Gandhi Jafta spent some time in Japan during the Titans off season, and she definitely picked up some interesting habits. It's very animated. I'm sure she had a wonderful time out there. Her and Amogelang Mafangula went over for 2.5 weeks to play some cricket and to lift the level of cricket in Japan. To the photos, they looked like they had a whale of a time.
Wonder how the Japanese players would have pronounced Amogelang. It would have been interesting to see some of those conversations. 1 ball remaining in this over, 50 for 4. And all that Deleda can do is watch at the other end. Bashed away. What a glorious stroke there from Captain Leah Jones. A boundary to end the over, and it's 54 for 4 after 10.
Yeah, Leah Jones has come out with real intent as we saw her take a double step off her second delivery after her team has fallen into a bit of a well. She came out with the intent to look for runs, and she's done just that at the end of the power play. 54 for 4 after 10. Commentary change as David Midgley steps out, and I'm joined by Mpendula. Paulina Mashishi continuing from the West Lane end. Just cow corner out on the boundary. Everybody else in the ring. Played hard off the front foot. Good fielding by Mashishi in the end.
Good fielding, good bowling, good cricket in total from the Titans.
Going on the sweep, but missing the bat completely. A bit of a shout there, but I definitely think that it was going down the leg side a bit.
And also, with it being overpitched, not enough time for it to turn.
She's really going full so far this season. She's pushing the ball quite a lot.
It's been working for her, barely giving anything away. And to Deliada, who's well set as she pushes long on off now. Now long on is in place from mid on.
Yeah, and that was a really intuitive move from Mashishi as she knew Delera would be looking to go hard at her which she did, but found the fielder at middle who's in the ring. Oh, swept well, and that goes over the head of square leg, and that's a really nice change up from Deliada. She just got under that one and cleared the boundary.
Goes a bit straighter this time, does Mashishi, allows Deliada to free those long arms of hers as she stretches out. She gets to the pitch of the pitch of the ball very well and able to discard it over that vacant, deep square leg boundary. So there's a lot to work with on the leg side if you go over the top, if you are brave enough to go over the top.
Mashishi changing it up and darting it into the pads of Deliada and closing her over off with a dot. 11 overs done, 58 for 4 with Deliada on 37 and Leah Jones, the captain, on 5.
She frustrated with herself there, Mashishi. Just one ball out of what was a very good over. As you know, Mashishi, she's taken a wicket in every single match that she's played in so far. Absolutely destructive, and she's been absolutely stingy as well, going at 3.6 runs to the over for the entire tournament. You don't take those numbers lightly. That's why she will be frustrated when she gives those freebies away.
Yeah, definitely. She knows she's better than that. But if she can control and bowl 6 out of 6 really decent balls, force the batters to do something out of the ordinary.
And that's how you continue instigating pressure to a team that's lost 4 wickets. They are not on a winning position here, Western Province.
No, they definitely aren't. As Jones just pulls out of that shot.
And on top of that, still so early in the match as well. 7 overs in, 4 wickets gone.
Yeah, convincing Leah Jones, understanding her role here. She needs to rebuild and not do anything too rash, but also not dig herself and her team into a hole that they will be unable to climb out of.
Yeah, you can definitely take lessons from Robin Searle and Catherine Pryor. Seemed like they were dragging along when they started their respective innings, but you saw it pay off later on.
In the air and taken by Robin Searle, but it's called as a no ball. Kandi Jafta will be kicking herself for that one, but a good catch in the end by Searle, just diving forward.
That was a phenomenal catch from Robin Searle, one of the finer fielders in the team. Oh, unfortunate.
Double steps and drives it hard through the covers, beating Searle to the left, and that was a brilliant shot there from Leah Jones.
As I sing praises to the fielder, even she's not good enough to stop that brilliant stroke from Leah Jones, dancing down the track, meeting the ball at its pitch. You heard the crack of the shot. You saw it yourself on the screen, if you did. So quick. 4 runs through the covers.
Yeah, field change now. Cow corner long on and cover goes out to sweep on the offside. Jafta tosses it up. A lot of change in pace there. It's just tilted out into the offside, really giving that delivery a lot of flight. Luckily, it dipped in the end and bounced before it got to the bat. Short and flat and pulled away. Lots of work to be done on the boundary, but Catherine Pryor puts in a big dive to her left and hands together on the field. A brilliant piece of fielding to end off the over. 12 gone, 65 for 4.
Great fielding at the deep. Just dropped short there from Jafta. She'll be happy that she was able to get away with that one. I'm just looking here, Jenna, match that you played in last year in Hammanskraal. Doesn't it give you shades of how it was, but in reverse this time? Western Province in that match, they batted first, set a mammoth total, 295. And here, setting 260, 269. And it is the Western Province who are in the back foot. That match, they won by 194, and it seems like the Titans on good course here.
Yeah, it's definitely not over until it's over, though. Both batters at the crease are perfectly capable of putting together a decent partnership, which could see the Titans in a little bit of trouble. Through the legs of the bowler, and it trickles out straight past her. Managed to get through for a single off the misfield. Jones will be on strike. We saw a similar partnership with the Lions against the Titans at the Wanderers earlier season, where Nonkululeko Tabete and Jenna Evans were able to put together a match-winning uh, partnership in the middle order.
It's a thing that tends to happen, especially after getting a good start. Three ducks in a row, and then a player scoring 3 runs. You tend to think that what you are doing will work, but eventually the batting team does figure it out.
Crashes into the pads of Jones, and umpire Yuri Stoneman sticks up his finger, and that's another one for Paulina Mashishi.
As you are talking about the importance of this partnership, Mashishi heard you and she said, "Shh, don't speak anymore. Let me just get rid of it." The most lethal, dangerous arm in the game so far this season strikes once more. 2 wickets in 3 overs. That is ridiculous stuff from Paulina.
Yeah, and because she's been so consistent and economical, the batters are looking to take her on, and we saw that just getting stuck on the back foot, looking to play across the line and completely missing it. And the ball crashed into the pads right in front of those wickets. So an easy decision by the umpire there.
Mashishi strikes once again. Such a dangerous bowler, and she's so good. It seems as if she was good last year, but it seems as if she's just elevated her game this year, and she's showing up each and every game, showing up in every different type of condition, showing that she's a completely versatile bowler.
Yeah, she really is. And I think every player in this professional league that CSA has brought about has to up their game. Because it can't just be one or two players that are getting better consistently. Everybody has to. And the game is growing so quickly that all the players have to stay with the times. And yeah, she definitely is better than she was last season. And I hope that it's an upward trajectory from here.
Definitely excited. The first time I ever saw of her was that match at the Wanderers against the Lions. And in a big scoring game, she was able to hold herself together and hold it tidy and be consistent, just like she did here today. It paid the dividends, it continues paying the dividends. And will it do so now? Kayla Reinecker is on strike.
Yeah, she's also a very capable middle order batter, has the potential to do some harm. But Mashishi on the money there and not allowing her to get off the mark easily.
Right from the start, a quicker one at that. But the important thing is that length that she's bowling is so important. It's the same ball as before. You see, this time being played on the front foot. But previously, the ball was played on the back foot. Just shows how indecisive that area Mashish's bowling can be for the batters.
And she closes off and over with a single. And that's exactly what the Titans will want. They put their fielders out, 4 fielders out on the boundary to allow Reinecker to take the single to put herself on strike for the next. And they'll want to starve the leader of strike here. She's the only batter who has contributed anything really to the total of 67 for 5 after 13.
She's really taking it on here, Benedette Deliada, and she's been brilliant. The moment she got into her first score of 20, consistently she's been getting to those scores of 20s, 30s. I was very happy when I saw her score the 50 eventually against the Lions. And now she keeps on taking on that form. Even that game against the Garden Route Badgers last week, where we saw big scores from Tanny Cliff, she was still there with a score of 21. So she's showing that she's capable. And now, when the team needs her the most, she's on at the non-strikers end.
Yeah, and Gandhi Jafta will be looking for sticks here against Kayla Reinecker. It's full and fielded well by Searle in the covers.
And in that match at Hammanskraal that I speak of, it was Gandhi Jafta who actually captured the wicket of Reinecker.
Yeah, Jafta is an exciting, versatile player. We've seen her be so successful with the bat. She's really pulled through for the Titans with the ball. And she does it again through the gates of Kayla Renica. She beats bat and pad and crashes into off stump. And this extra spin on that one, just duping Kayla Renica. And this is a brilliant show by the Fidelity Titans.
This is brilliant. Like we said, did it again against Reinaka here, Kandich after. You said that she was going to aim for the sticks. And man, did she stick to Reinaka. It's a brilliant wicket for Kandich after, and she comes into the picture as well. 6 wickets gone for the Western Province women. They are costing themselves 11 runs per wicket. Simply not good enough. It's 67 for 6.
Yeah, brilliant work here after the wonderful opening spell by Mona Lisa Lapodi. I wondered whether the bowlers were going to be able to back her up when they came in after that bowling change, and they really have. Paulina Mashishi and Gandhi Jafta bowling in a partnership, and it's been really wonderful to watch and to talk about as well.
And the problem is, as the Western Province battles, you never get a break. We can hear the chatters really coming alive now behind us because Fidelity Titans are really holding strong in their home. But the thing is here, Mashi and Jafta both being spinners means that the turnover rate of their overs is never ending. You never get a break as the Western Province batters. So it's pressure from this side, and then it goes pressure from the other side, and it's ever changing. So it's a lot to deal with, and Gemma both are here have a big task on her hand.
Tossed up, but played out too long on. They'll get a single. Babette de Leeuw will have 2 balls left in the Jafta over. Yeah, the youngster Gemma Botha will definitely need to support Babette de Leeuw on the other end.
Seems like it's been ages since Babette has been in a stride.
Bit of a field change. Deep square cow corner, long on and long off. Oh, a good change up delivery there. Just changing the line, shifting outside the off stump. Could have been dangerous as there is no one out in the boundary on the offside and in the cover region. Or lofted over the bowler's head and that'll bounce through. There is a dive put in by Kaylee Tapp at long on, but unable to prevent that. And an interesting decision to attack by Deleda, but successful in the end, so we'll give her that. And that closes off the 14th over 72 for 6.
A strong shot of dominance there from Babette de Leeuw. The last time we saw her bat, she went down on one knee and struck Mashishi for 4. And now we see her do the same thing again against the spinners, which shows the importance of both of getting Babette de Leeuw on strike as much as she possibly can. There are spaces around the field, as you can see, there's 2 fielders in the deep, one standing at deep square leg and one standing at deep mid wicket. So you can expect stuff going at the off stump from Mashishi here, but it's going to be important for Botha to try and find a single somewhere.
Yeah, and she's looking for it, but she's not afraid of keeping strike. She's not too panicked to get off strike as she just defends that out to the offside. The young player is definitely capable. Her experience at the Under-19 World Cup, she'll be banking on that. Oh, and she hits it hard, beats Robin Sill at extra cover to the right, and that's a wonderful cricket shot. She just leans into it and gets a boundary there to the left of Visha Kutsia.
Cut and driven to precision by both of them. Just overpitched as well from Mashishi. She's going to look to drag that length back because she had an idea with the line, but the length was just too much of a gift.
Yeah, Gemma Botha just showing us not to underestimate her and that she is a young talent up and coming through the pipelines. And she's perfectly capable of doing the job herself.
And that was a brilliant shot. Amazing shot. Just leaning into it, like you said. Pure timing. You can see the confidence now, even in her defense, looks good.
Oh, she looks to play that out, and there's a shot for the outside edge as it falls into Macheke's hands. But umpire Sadler having none of it.
They were convinced in the cover region. They stand flabbergasted, like, really, umpire? But Mashiki really operating on the good stuff here as she has one more ball remaining.
Yeah, and defended confidently by Botha. And it just shows that even though she's young, she's capable of being patient. After that wonderful drive through the covers, she had enough sense not to create anything from balls that weren't there to be attacked. So wonderful piece of batting that over by the youngster. That'll be drinks.
It's 15 overs gone here at Super Sports Park. Western Province women, they chose to field first, so this is literally what they signed up for. However, they are 6 wickets down now. They still need another 193 runs. The question is, with the 4 wickets remaining, will they be able to do it? But this is a double header fixture. Today we are watching the 50-over match where the Titans are currently seemingly on top, but the match is never over until it's over. And the double header is never over until we see the second match, which will be tomorrow. Starting at 9:30 in the morning here at Super Sports Park, it will be the beautiful T20 match, and I stand corrected. They normally start at 9:30. They normally start at 9:30, but tomorrow is a different day. Tomorrow is a special day where we have magnificent events here at Super Sports Park, where we have the stuff that you have to come and see, and therefore the game will be starting at 11 in the morning, straight after your day at church, sitting with family. You can come on and watch a game of cricket. Tickets will be going at a meager $20. You can get them at ticketcruise.co.za. Come join us here at Super Sports Park. The cricket is good, the weather's good, and the prices are good, and everything is set up for an event of cricket. $20 tomorrow at 11 in the morning.
Welcome back after drinks. Fidelity Titans are in the lead here. 76 for 6 after 15. Gandhi Jafta from the Henop River end, allowing the single to get the youngster Gemma Buerta on strike for the rest of the over.
You see now, just because of that single, Jenna, long on and long off are no more. They are mid on and mid off now. Even extra covers coming in shorter. But you still have your deep square leg and your deep backward square.
Lots of flight there and played straight to the captain, Robin still at extra cover, who's holding quite tight in the inner ring. She's about 10 meters off that inner ring. And defended this time gingerly by Buerta.
It's a different proposition with that slope turning towards her.
Played hard, but fielded well by Mashishi, who has 2 wickets to her name in bowling partnership with Jafta. Almost field change, as Longon was sent out and then brought back in. Oh, played well, guide out to that vacant third man region. Tiani Panahevo. Simone Lawrence, actually the youngster, doing the work there. Just allowing a single to come through. And now the field change is happening, long on and long off out to the boundary.
Last 3 overs, last 2 overs, Deliada has faced. The last ball has gone for a boundary. So that is sensible.
Oh, and she goes on the sweep, but there's a short 45 in place. Lechodi doing the work there and not allowing any from it. That's the end of the 16th over, 78 for 6.
Still, those 191 runs look massive. Looks like a huge mountain for Western Province, but Western Province do have a table mountain they've climbed before, so climbing mountains shouldn't be something that they have problems with. However, they've never had to face an obstacle in the form of this reformed Titans team who are utterly hungry. Last year, they lost both of their matches against Western Province. None of that this year. Looking to eke out that top position because there are no finals. Number 1 wins it.
Yeah, and they are currently in second position on the log. As Mashishi opens up her over with a dot. However, they are 8 runs behind the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. So they would need convincing wins in this 50 over competition to get to that top of the log spot.
See, you've been in cricket for a long time, Jenny. Even points you count as runs now.
Numbers, it's a numbers game. It's a numbers game. That one was really struck very hard to Robin Sill as she just limps as she stands up, crashed into the right knee, it looks.
It's a big gap that the Dolphins have set for themselves, not only just in points, 8-point difference. It's also that net run rates, which just seems massive.
Yeah, they have been so good so far as Mashishi dots another one out. Too good, Mashishi brings about another dot ball. 1 ball left in the over, and she'll be searching for the maiden.
In saying that the Dolphins have been good, they've only suffered 1 defeat. That 1 defeat was in this Blue Stadium against this very team that we're watching here.
Beating the outside edge and somehow just tickling that off stump, but not enough to move the bails off the top. And that is a brilliant maiden over from Paulina Mashishi. Yeah, the Titans really do seem to be a little bit stronger when they're playing at home. Much better home team than they are an away team.
They beat the big guns when they are here. These are the defending champions who are just 3 points behind the Titans. And it looks like they are going through a convincing victory, barring a huge upset from the Western Province from this moment forward.
Yeah, cricket is a funny game. Anything can happen. Oh, as Jafta just lets that one go wide of the off stump. But umpire low, not stretching the arms out there.
Well within the reach of Deliada that.
straighter and punted down to long on just for the single, which is what the Titans want. Deleda off strike, Stavo of strike, and get Botha on the other end.
And it's all nice and dandy now since the run rate is still below 6 runs and over that's required.
Oh, big swing and finds the bottom, the toe of the English willow, and an unlucky boundary for the Titans. But in opposite, a very lucky, wanted one from the Western Province batter.
The score sheet will not say 4 runs, cuts bottom in. We'll read 4 runs, and that is happiness for Gemma here because now that equation just want to make sure that as much as you can, just keep the runs below the amount of that are required. It's 186 from 195 at the current moment.
Jafta goes high, and there's a chance to catch it, but the fielder pulls out at the last second. Then there's a chance for a run out at the bowler's end. So a lot happening there. As the umpire is just discussing whether or not it was a no ball for height, but deciding against it in the end.
2 phantom opportunities for the Titans, but the shot at the stumps was definitely on there, Jenna.
And I think the chance at the catch was also on. With Deleda just playing across the line there and dragging it out to the leg side. Yeah, I think awareness in the field there. Tiani van der Heevel admit on the ball prior to this one. Just not diving forward and pushing forward. We saw her do that against the Lions at the Wanderers earlier on in the season as well. Just understanding when to go for the catch and when to defend the ball from going past you is a vital point and part of cricket. And I think this partnership needs to be broken, and that was an opportunity to break it. So I would definitely call that a drop catch.
And I hear that, Chaz. And we take a look at what Andre Steyn did for the Western Province. He was able to charge in and get a run out of Robin Searle and also get the catch right at the end because of that intensity. Speaking to David's point of you need that in the field to just be alive. And right now, what Western Province needs to stay alive is those 184 runs from 192.
Mashishi attacking the pads of Deleda, but Gandhi Jafta at 45, a wayward throw, and they're looking for the second. Deleda gets back through off the overthrow, and an interesting sequence of events on that ball. Mashishi will not be happy with that.
Easy runs there for the Western Province. Had a chance of getting Botha stuck on strike. Just a wayward throw.
And beautifully with a straight bat out to long on, and she'll get herself off strike as Mashishi has 4 balls left in the over. Fielding change as cover sweeper comes into the ring, as does long on, so just deep square leg and deep mid wicket out on the boundary. Played hard but fielded well at mid off for no run.
Need to start thinking a little bit outside the box before the partnership becomes comfortable there. Seems like it's starting to be.
Oh, Botha double stepping, finding the inside edge, and somehow that doesn't crash into that off stump, just missing both the keeper and the stumps and going through to that short fine leg region. Paulina Mashishi really on the money, asking good questions of the youngster Botha here.
And she's relentless in her pursuit of that wicket.
Standing still, much calmer cricket shot there from Botha.
It's a problem also because Mashishi is sending it both ways here. So, which one is which?
Yeah, just leaning onto that back foot, trying to do something different there was Botha, but unable to pierce the field. And she looks like she's getting a bit frustrated, trying to create something that isn't there. Deleda having to go down the wicket and calm her down, tell her not to do anything too complicated. Bowling change, bowling leg spin. She was out of the competition as she got a concussion playing against the Lions at the Wanderers. She was standing in the slips and the ball came off her foot and hit her in the jaw. She continued playing the rest of the 50 overs of that innings, but later on had terrible concussion symptoms and was out of action for 6 weeks and has slowly started getting back in. And so today, she's back into the lineup for the Titans, and she'll be looking to make her mark.
It's a big blow that the Titans didn't have for a while. She now returns.
Long on out of the boundary. Tossed up, it defended. So we have long off, long on, cow corner, and square leg for Deleda.
Looking good on 48 runs in right, but thanks.
Goes on the lap, but is unable to make contact or scoop that over the shoulder.
It's a really juicy space behind her hip. Very juicy space. Square leg is there, but nothing from between square leg up until the wicket keeper.
Outside the off stump, and she goes on the sweep. There is a fielder out at square leg. Amogelang Papangula gets the ball in. Wonderful arm out there from the square leg boundary as she only allows one from that delivery. Babette de Leerde just one short of her half century. Flatter, and this time Botha gets underneath it. There's a big chase put on by Jafta and Mapangula, but they're unable to cut it off, and that kind of trickles and slowly bobbles over the boundary rope. The fielders kind of looking at each other, wondering why neither one of them put the dive in to save that boundary. But anyway, still one ball left in the over. 2 balls left in the over for Kutsa. The score 93 for 6.
That's a dramatic fight on who's going to win that race between the ball, Gandhi and Mapangula. But of course, looking for that space again are the Western Province ladies.
Oh, she goes hard and straight into the hands of the captain, Robin Searle. And this time the catch not off a no ball as we saw a couple of overs ago. And that breaks the partnership of Gemma Botha and Babette de Leerde. Botha just trying her luck one too many times.
She said she's back and she returns with a bang, does Kutsia. She comes and takes the wicket of this partnership, which was starting to be a little thorn under the foot, was growing up to 26 runs and getting both out. You could take either one's wickets just to break that partnership, get to the next player that's going to be walking in now. And yeah, happiness here for the Fidelity Titans.
Yeah, and as the Titans are taking the opportunity to have a drinks break, we will take the opportunity to have a commentary change. Mpendulo will be joined by David.
Breaking partnerships here, breaking partnerships, not allowing teams to settle, but it has been all Fidelity Titans as soon as they've come out to field. They really just put the Western Province ladies to the sword when batting, and they came out to bowl with some fierce fire in their gut, despite a fighting knock here from De Leerde. But in Pendulo, you almost think that if the writing is not on the wall, certainly they've taken the lid off of the spray paint can.
Definitely. They've already started to draw the design on the wall as well, just to see if it looks nice for them. But it's never over until it's over. We see walking in now is Weingart. Didn't have a good time with the ball. Hopefully now she'll be able to rewrite the script of her match, having to face Protsia here. Just one more ball remaining as well before we see the end of over number 20. 3 wickets remaining for the Titans.
Yeah, we spoke in the lunch break off air about the impact of leg spinners. And proving fruitful immediately as she picks up that wicket. An opportunity gone a begging, really, with not having somebody at short 45. I would think as we conclude the 20th over, 94 for 7. I would have wanted to have somebody in that region where the scoop was played to. But like you mentioned, there was such a cavernous gap that it was all too easy to get that one away. But didn't really cost them all that much as the wicket is forthcoming. 94 for 7, and I hate to sound like a stuck record, but why not get bodies around the bat?
It's an interesting question. It's no point to be defensive now as well, David. 175 from 80 balls and 3 wickets. Which one is most likely to be decent first?
And while not at risk, DLS par is at 214.
Doesn't look like a day that's going to have any sort of rain.
No, but it's a good indication of where teams should be there and thereabouts. We spoke about it during the men's CSA One Day Cup game between the Warriors and the Lions. This one smashed away through the covers, but getting a hand to it means that it only, it doesn't reveal anything. Good work there by the skipper. But whilst that wasn't the case either, where DLS would come into play, it was always a good indicator of where a team should be, and that's what helped the Warriors get over the line in the end.
Even in itself, that DLS pass score is still 120 runs away. Just shows how desperate the situation is for the Western Province here.
Yeah, if you were at 180, you would have thought, right, we're still in with a bit of a shout here. But it almost seems, with even if it was 2 or 3 wickets down, you would still think that the Titans were in the lead. Bashed down the ground, but there's good coverage there as Kaylee Tapp puts her body on the line, changing the field, long on going back, sensing something are the Titans, long off as well.
Looking to see if they can entice the single as well, just to keep Whiteboard in the strike. But she doesn't even allow that, just in simple good cricket awareness to end that over.
Yeah, not getting involved in that lure that has been dangled in front of her. There's another lure to come out to Supersport Park on Boxing Day as South Africa take on India in the first Freedom Series Test match here at Supersport Park, 26th of December, day one. In glorious sunshine, no doubt. Supersport Park hosting the Boxing Day Test match. Book your tickets at ticketpros.co.za. Up in the air, just over that middle fielding. And there's the 50 from Deleda. She's worked so hard despite the carnage at the other end, Mpendulo, and it deserves all the plaudits that she's getting.
Fantastic work. And second one for the season. She's been getting good starts, not converting many of them. Yeah, she's really much needed.
What a glorious delivery. Talk us through that one.
Had no clue what happened there. Did Winegard bounce too much for her? Good handles behind the stumps as well. The most important thing here for the Western Province ladies is that they're still alive. They still have the leader here. I was commentating in the SA West Indies, a match where Sinclair had to bat with McAllister, who had an average of 2.5. Still needed 52 runs to win, with South Africa's Dangmanly on top. Guess who won that match? So anything can happen in a match of cricket.
Boy, oh boy. Got her. It was extra bounce in the previous delivery. Another one again. And the Fidelity Titans continue the route.
That was the ball she got over before. This time she was spinning around, all ends meet. Fantastic, phenomenal take behind the stumps. Extra bounce. She was so asleep, Weingart and Macheke. It's the reason why she got called up to this emerging side. Quick hands, quick sharpness, and she does the job.
Been a procession of Western Province batters. Only Deleda really troubling anybody. And despite a fighting effort from Jones and Botha, it's been regular consistency of out and incoming batters.
But you're just gonna say it's been a procession of outs and outs and outs, which would have definitely fitted the script here because it has been the case. Wickets falling willy-nilly, barely a wicket worth 12 runs apiece, only because De is there with those 50 runs. She cannot take it on by herself. Even Robin Searle needed Catherine Pryor. Catherine Pryor needed Robin Searle. So here is the situation. Yaso, who also didn't have a convincing game of the ball or the field, now has the blade.
It's already 2 wickets to her name. And I mentioned leg spinners are always going to get wickets in white ball cricket, and Kutsa's not one to be left out of the wicket column today. She could end up with 4 here if she's not careful. Just an elevated shot, and you would have heard a stray shout of catch from the supporters here, but that one's going to race away to the boundary. It was short and hammered away. 4 runs.
Easy pop. That's sometimes what you're going to get with a leg spinner who's not fully developed. That control over the wrist of landing the ball in the same place over and over again. Just a bit too short, that one, but it's good placement as well from Yaso.
This one will just be bunted up the wicket for 1.
But honestly, it's been so far so good here from Kutsia. Like you're saying, with the leg spinners, they're less more effective in the red ball. So big credits to Kumble and Shane Warne. But when it comes to the red ball version of the game, it's like there's some added myth and added spice in what it is that they do, as we see the end of over number 22 and the 100 up for the Western Province ladies.
Yeah, this has been a real drag to try and get themselves to that 100 mark, and they've done well in parts, but it's just been all the Fidelity Titans. Mashishi will continue. She's also got 2 wickets to her name. And she's been utilizing the surface here, really valuing the spinners here this afternoon.
Backing up the 4 wickets she got against the Dolphins. She continues being persistent and hungry for the wickets. But on top of that, she was stingy with the runs against the Dolphins in this ground. Only giving away 2.7 runs to the over. Today, she's giving away 2.
Extra full delivery there, and immediately Delata wanted the strike, putting pressure on the fielder there. And she was caught a little bit flat-footed. Gillard for the stolen single, 101 for 8.
Definitely something Babette Delierda went down to discuss with her. Yeah, so, and it's a good plan. She came charging down the field. We saw Titans are trying to do the same thing, almost caught Mankart twice. But that's the intensity you require from your leading batter to take charge of the innings.
Down the wicket comes Delata, and hits it well, but not well enough to seek a second. So just now sitting at the other end, you wonder whether or not it would have been of use for her to only seek 2s and 4s. With number 10 at the other end, and that's just beaten. Yeah, so all ends up. I'm not sure how that's missed everything. Maybe it's gone through the stumps or under the stumps.
Just like what you were saying right now. Questionable decision to bring her onto strike. Almost striking Mosheshi.
She defends that one, and no option there for her. We just had a look at that magic delivery is long off and long on, go back. Again, it's gone through, and this time it hits the stump. She's bowled her. Another wicket for Mashishi. She's got her 3rd. 9 down for the Western Province ladies. And they better start the engine on the bus.
Exquisite bowling this from Masheshi. The way she readjusted her line. You were talking about that delivery now. When she bowled it, it bounced on middle stump, then it spun away. It's bounced on deep stump and spun into the right hander, missing leg stump. This one, getting it onto off, spinning onto the middle stump, playing all around it was Yaso. Definitely not a game she'll want to remember today as the 9th wicket falls for Western Province.
That brings Vezi to the wicket. Sipho Vezi is the last hope here of some sort of consolation for the Western Province ladies. But the Titans ladies the Fidelity Titans ladies have been in the driving seat from day one, and you can be in the driving seat too if you head on down to Renault, South Africa, who are proud vehicle sponsors of Titans cricket.
Now we are definitely into the end of the innings, unless if Vezi pulls out a Jackie-like performance. She pulls it out from somewhere, but Bet de Leerde will need to pull off a Ben Stokes on the other end. She's been doing fantastically well so far for her 51. She now has no choice but to score in twos, fours, and sixes.
Sweep shot, that's a hard one. She's got to look for two here. There is no other solution. Bit of a fielding error allows her to get exactly that.
Hit hard from de Leerde, rushing Mapangula, who was at backward square. She had to run down to a fine leg position to try and stop that. So it was a good dive because that was certainly 4 runs.
Short and pulled away, nearly decapitating Yuri Sadler there at square leg. Good stop there at square leg, deep square leg there. But it's only a single, which means now that Kutsa has 4 balls to bowl at number 11, Vezi.
Mapangula again showing she was doing the goods running to her right, stopping it at fine leg. Now showing even more goods running to her left to square leg. Fantastic work from Mapangula. Just a lively figure.
The change in the field here. Mogelang Mapangula goes to mid-wicket. And Gandhi Jafta going to square leg. And they've finally heard my pleas for a spinner to get a slip in place. Looks like Kaylee tapped there. And she immediately pulls this onto the onside. The shot at the non-striker's end is a little bit delayed from Gandhi Jafta, which gets de Leerde on strike.
Jafta just looking like she was scared to throw at full speed. Because the run out was definitely on.
Short, pulled across the line. There's 2 fielders converging, but it'll go to the mid-wicket. And 1. So another 2 deliveries for Vezi to face. Sipho Vezi. Number 11. Would you say that the Titans' performance today has been clinical?
What other word can you use, David?
What a glorious delivery. Turn and bounce for the leg spinner. Great bit of work there from the wicketkeeper to whip the bails off and get the stumps looking like a tree in Quebec. They just grow at a 90-degree angle just because of the wind there.
And they were out of the groove like the wind. Such quick hands from Machuke. You saw how she got the stumping. So this just shows how overall the performance of the Titans has been. The batting has been exquisite. The fielding has been brilliant. Mapangula's help everywhere. The bowling has been great. The keeping has been equally good. So when I say that you can't use another word but clinical, I mean it in the truest sense.
Comprehensive? Everybody's running to their thesauruses, looking for synonyms. That's the end of the Kutsa over. Her 3rd down now, 2 for 17. And the Western Province ladies, 107 for 9 after 24.
Big thing here, David, is that 162 that they require. The equation has become skewed. They now have more balls left than runs, but as it stands, the big question here is what will the Titans do? It's theirs to lose now. It will be a lot for the Western Province to wring this back.
Well, like you said, they've got enough mountains there in Cape Town, so they certainly could draw on that experience, but Lushishi and Kutsa are doing too much. Full toss and swept away, racing to the deep backward square boundary, and nobody's going to collect that. Great shot by Bet de Leerde, and it's 4 runs. Nelson comes up for 9.
Just a short fine leg and a deep square leg there, and she penetrates the gap expertly. The square leg is too square, and the shot is too much power from Babette de Guerda, moving to 59.
Been full of commentators' curses today. Tunnicliffe and now Mashishi. There was one other that slips my mind. Perhaps I blocked it out. Glorious response there from Mashishi. Having to dig that one out to Delera.
When you throw a commentator's curse, it's like getting a jaffa that misses your outside edge.
Much quicker that time from Mashishi, but it'll be wide. Hoping to try and catch the Dutch international stretching too far. But it's another extra 15 thus far. Chipped up, half a chance to take a catch there for Sil, but probably much further than the images would have shown. So in the air briefly, and the change in strike means that long on and long off are in the ring.
Also see coming a little bit tighter as well at short extra cover. The difference in power between Delera and Verzi clear with the change in the field. Also, you see that square leg coming to stand next to the square leg umpire, just tightening up the areas for the batting.
Clearly in a mind of setting off very quickly is Delera. Got to watch out because spinners are more likely to run you out at the non-strikers end. Not that we would want that. Struck in front. No interest from umpire Yuri Sadler. But Mashishi is very keen to get through over quickly here. Maybe put some pressure on. One ball remaining. And will we see the field change? It's just a hold in play here. Square leg going out of the ring. And she defends that. So the end of 25, halfway through the second innings, 1-1-3 for 9. And the inevitability of this game in Pendulo, it rings loudly in your ears.
It certainly does. And Kotia's bowling really well here with Mashishi. I would even think about bringing in a tap or a Lehoti here to bowl to your last batter. But the spin bowlers are doing the business. They're really holding it tight and they look like a threat, a proper threat, as all 9 wickets except for the 3 by Lehoti, which were taken quickly, have all been for spin bowlers.
Played across the line there, coverage at deep square leg. And so the one. Again, the cricketing awareness we've spoken about a lot today has come to the fore right now. You've got somebody who's in their 60s, who should be shielding number 11, who is now giving 5 balls for the leg spinner who's already got 2 to bowl to. You've got to ask the question, why? Boy, oh boy, that was nearly a bit of egg in the face there.
And she's getting that extra bounce as well, which causes problems for the much shorter Verzi, who's on strike there.
Just wafting at the ball is Vezi. She doesn't seem too confident or too comfortable with the leg spinner.
Whereas Kotia, you'd be keen on pushing it a little bit fuller as well, because the feet are not moving from it.
Exactly what she's done. It's popped up and nearly could have gotten to a hand there. Robin Searle right in the eye line there at a catching cover. You almost wanted to have a double catching cover after that one popped out. Kutsa with 2 balls left. That's too wayward from her. That'll be wide.
Not a good follow-up delivery after that, Jaffa.
No, certainly not.
Would have wanted to either bowl an identical delivery or get that one quicker to just rush Verzi straight.
If she can bowl the googly here, I think she will be in for it. Straight one and it pops up again and to the left hand of Robin Searle, and she's now begging for a helmet from the sideline. And I wonder if we'll see a silly point coming in here. The sky blue helmet being raced out. 1 ball left. Good conversation here between the batters as well. Trying to encourage her teammate here about when she's going to play the shot and where she should play it. And I would also dispense with the slip. Kaylee tap and get Searle there right under the nose. So you'd have a catch and cover to her right and then have the silly point a little bit squarer, but she's in right there. So could this be the final wicket? Goodness me, glorious delivery to end. And it's 26 gone, 115 for 9. Deleda will now face the first ball of the next over. And you wonder whether or not Mashishi will just give away a bit of a freebie here to start the over to allow her ball 5 to number 11, Nosipo Vezi.
Should be the plan to try and get Vezi onto the strike, because Deleda is seeing it like something that sees really well. But as it's but you can see from the strike rate, 61 from 57 deliveries, batting on a different surface, on a different plane from all of her West Province counterparts.
Down the wicket she comes. It's on the bounce. It'll beat the middle fielder. Races away for 4. Very, very welcome and very happy will Deleda be with her performance thus far. She's been the only standout player. 65 runs where nobody else got more than 15. A lone ranger, if you will.
And you can look right from the top, from ball number 1, when that's its toughest. Commendable innings.
Down the wicket she comes and declines the run. So there's the sensible cricket that we wanted. She's hit it to long on and just said, nope, I'm not going to let you face the off spinner.
It also helps a lot, David, the fact that the first ball was hit for a boundary, so she doesn't feel like she's pressured to score runs.
She's going to come around the wicket here. Down the wicket she goes, chipped up, and that's over mid-off, and another boundary. The confidence flowing through her nicely, and that decision to decline the run vindicated once again.
Taking Mashishi to the cleaners here. She's been in control, Mashishi, but it's her final over, and they are letting the screws loose against her. You would think, sensibly, you want to just fend her off until the very end, but they're giving her a parting gift, as we see long off now being stationed as long side, a long on.
45 fielder came into the ring. She's been wrong-footed, and the sweep shot is exactly what was necessary. 3 boundaries in the over thus far. Expensive from Mashishi.
Really taking it on, and this time you saw the feet movement from Deleda coming across the stumps to negate that spin, and then allowing the ball to straighten onto her sweep shots. It was an easy placement. Could have asked more from Gandija after that short 45, but it still runs away for the boundary.
Maybe the quicker one is the option here. It's not, it's the slow one, and it forces Deleda to come down the wicket early, but all she can do is defend, so she's bamboozled everyone, including me.
It's a good one. She can actually bowl that for her last ball as well, trying to see if Deleda is going to go strong.
The single is forthcoming.
Don't want to give pace when she just needs to push it along. Negate that pace as much as possible, but it's a single nonetheless.
So, 27 gone, 128 for 9. Deleda on 74 and Vezi on 1 not out. So it's almost like last man stand type batting here. As Deleda, she has to deal in even numbers exclusively almost, except for the final delivery of the over. Kutsa will continue as Mashishi has finished her 10. 2 maidens, 3 for 35. A glorious outing for the offspin from the Fidelity Titans. And
I think it could have been better without those 12 runs in a final over as well.
Absolutely. Kutsa to continue. This one is swept away down to fine leg. They'll look for 2 and they'll get 2 in the end comfortably without much fuss. So 130 on the board. Galera goes to 76 in this partnership worth 28. And then the field is out. Oh, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, long on and long off.
Place to hits in the square for De Leerde, but she'd have to play against the spin.
Boy, oh boy, she came down the wicket and gave it everything and the kitchen sink. And the bounce was too much for Macheke to control and affect the stumping. This is great bowling by Kutzer.
Machek has been fantastic behind the stump. She's been grabbing those, but that bounce is just so much.
Quicker delivery this time, and it's a full toss, swept hard. She's gonna get the single here, and the plaudits coming from the teammates. The summoning of the helmet is once again upon us, and there's a furious change in the field. So we'll have a city point in place. You'll have your wicket keeper right up to the stumps. Everybody in the ring, barring mid wicket. I want to put pressure on Nosipho Vezi here. She's only got the one, so slip in place. Silly point. Kutsa to Vezi. She tries to think about a scoop there because Gandhi Jafta's almost at a close-ish square leg. I wouldn't say quite a forward short leg or a backward short leg, but she's on the edge of the square. Extra flight on that delivery and just shoulders arms does Nosipho Vezi.
Wouldn't mind Kutsia here bowling one that is flatter to just remove some of that bounce. She has a slider somewhere in her arsenal.
All the Google, that one gives them opportunity of some hope, but the umpire's not interested. So, concluding 28, 131 for 9. De Leerde will be on strike because she's on 77. And Vezi on 1. Could there be a consolation 100 here for De Leerde?
23 runs don't seem too far with the way that she's batting, actually. And with the likes of Mashishi having done their shift of work, the pace of Tap and Leftwood is yet to return, which might make scoring a little bit easier on this surface. So if she just perseveres and remains strong, as you see Kaylee Tap coming into the attack, actually, if she remains strong, she can be able to score those runs, maybe really kick on from then.
So, just trying to unfold the map of where this field will be. Deep backward square or a very wide fine leg on the boundary, long off and long on. Third man in the ring. So let's see where we go. Otherwise, it is a standard field. She comes across the line. She's been stumped. That is the game, ladies and gentlemen. One ball from Kaylee Tapp, and the Fidelity Titans have wrapped this game up. A glorious end to the game for them, and a fantastic performance in front of a wonderful and rambunctious crowd here at Supersport Park.
It's phenomenal work behind the stumps from Masheke. She has been fantastic throughout the entire day, saving runs for her team, grabbing wickets. Yes, you might say that she missed a stumping, but that was a ridiculous delivery from Kutsia. But she completes the job for her team, and the team completes the job for their fans. That will be a massive win. 237 runs. 137 runs, my bad. 137 runs for the Fidelity Titans. And they get revenge after losing massively last season and after losing their last game as well, breaking a 2-match winning streak for the Western Province.
And what that does is it also allows them to maintain their spot on the table behind the Dolphins, who have been dominant in this year's one-day cup. But congratulations to the home side for their performance today. Don't forget tomorrow, T20 action, as these two ladies' sides once again face off 11 a.m. and we will be bringing you the broadcast live. You can also head down to Supersport Park. 20 Rand will get you in through the gates. There's going to be a DJ. There's going to be some awesome fun here. Some of the junior Titans will be having some fun as well, but we will be bringing you broadcast live from 11 a.m. And from all of us here at Supersport Park, Pendulo, David, and Jenna, we bid you a good afternoon.